Koutou katoa. I declare the meeting open and welcome everybody to this, the meeting of today's meeting of Te Kaunihera or Pōneke. And we will start with a karakia. Please join me in this karakia. Whakataka tahau ki te uru, whakataka tahau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā tara tara ki tai, e hi aki ana ataka tukura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, tihe, mauri ora. Thank you very much. Right. If anybody needs to leave the meeting, please let Alisi know this morning. My intention is morning tea will be around 10:30, but what I'd like to do is get through the maiden speeches and break for morning tea at that point. Are there any apologies? No apologies? All right. I have no announcements. And do any members have any conflicts of interest that they wish to declare in relation to any items on the agenda? No, we're all conflict-free. Excellent. All right. Confirmation of the minutes of the meeting held on 30 October. That was the inaugural meeting that we held at the marae. I'll move that those meetings be taken as read and confirmed as an accurate record of that meeting. Is there a seconder? Seconded Deputy Mayor McNulty. I'll put the motion. Please vote. Another. All right, and I declare the motion carried. Good. Carried.
Yes, from me.
Right. Got the green light. Okay, we'll just put the training wheels back on. All right. There are no items that are not on the agenda. We have members of the public who have indicated their wish to participate in the meeting. And the first we have to do so is Verena Watson to address item 2.2, which is the governance arrangements for this triennium. Can I call Verena Watson to make her comments? And you've got, sorry, Verena, you've got 5 minutes.
Kia ora koutou. As a mother, a grandmother, an aunt, a great-aunt, a great-great-aunt and a former teacher, I and the children in my care have used Wellington City Council facilities many times over the last 50 years or so. Today, I am disturbed by this Council's 2025-27 Rainbow Action Plan to do away with single-sex facilities and make all toilets and changing rooms non-gendered or all-gender. On page 10, under Inclusive Spaces and Places, 2.2 states, all new future public toilet provision will be non-gendered. 2.9 states, changing rooms and toilets at new community facilities to be all gender provision and have gender-neutral signage. For significant upgrades or existing facilities, endeavour to make all changing rooms and toilets all gender where practically feasible. The plan was not put out to vote or for public consultation. There is no mandate from ratepayers for funding such a drastic move. Why drastic? Well, to quote Gawangul, if your daughter wants to use a new pool, she'll need to strip down and change in front of blokes. A female survivor who has panic attacks in enclosed spaces with males? Tough. Mortified teen knowing there'll be boys near the toilet where she has to deal with her messy period. It's easier if she just curls up in bed and stays home. New migrant woman whose religion forbids her from being in spaces where she has to remove clothes with non-family males. Well, she can just stay at home. City Council's concern is clearly not the inclusion, accessibility, participation, thriving, dignity and belonging of females. To be crystal clear, this is not about the introduction of third mixed-sex spaces to go alongside male and female spaces. That's a perfectly sensible idea. This is about removing all male and female facilities and having only mixed-sex loos and changing rooms. It should be enough that women and men just want their own spaces. But there's also the safety issue. Single-sex spaces evolved as a pragmatic policy for female safety and to encourage their participation in society. A 2000 study showed that around 90% of UK complaints of sexual misconduct in sports centres and swimming pools related to incidents at all gender facilities. The Women's Rights Network and others have reported a surge of voyeurism and illicit recording in the UK since the introduction of mixed-sex changing villages in many facilities. A 2020 study in Africa showed most sexual assaults and rapes that happened in schools happened because there was only one facility for both sexes. Of course, not all males are violent. However, 98% of sexual violence towards females is committed by males. When we know that most sexual violence is committed in our homes, have you ever considered that this is because of the relative safety provided by single-sex public facilities? So, it's not a good idea to get rid of them. Toilets and changing rooms are the one closed door space that females enter when they're out away from home. When they're truly female only, men know they can't easily get into them without being noticed. The Rainbow Action Plan aims to remove that safeguard for 50% of our population. And you fully endorse it? In seeking legal advice about the use of single-sex spaces for service providers, drawing on the Birth, Death, Marriages and Relationships Registrations Act 2021 and the Human Rights Act 1993, Speak Up for Women concluded, service providers are incorrect when they assert that people who identify as women are women for the purposes of Section 46 of the Human Rights Act. Service providers are entitled to positively discriminate by sex in favour of women. It is a matter for each service provider whether they choose to do this, but a refusal to consider doing it, made on the basis that doing it would be unlawfully discriminatory, is an error of law. End of quote. In New Zealand recently, we heard about yet more sexual violence, even by those we are supposed to trust, and how the perpetrators protected each other. This was not kind for those who were directly affected. So I ask you to put your kindness where it really belongs, with all of us, not just a small percentage of the population. There is a solution that would make all Wellingtonians happy as regards to toilets and changing rooms. And Sophie will pass out a handout I have for this. And that, if you read that, that gives a great example from the South Island of toilets where...
All right, Speaker, your time is coming to an end.
Okay, I just wanted one more.
It will have to be very quick because you have 5 minutes.
To reconsider the Rainbow Action Plan as it currently stands, and to talk with the Queenstown Lakes District Council about the sensible toilet and changing rooms they have installed. Thank you
very much for your comments. Can I ask Dr. Cassandra Mudway to speak? I understand Dr. Mudway is online. No, we'll just get the we'll just get the volume up. Can we hear?
Just hang on. Sorry, I'm just checking with the back table.
Right.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. Thank you, Dr. Mudway.
Excellent. Thank you so much. All right, so do you want me to start?
Yes, please. You have,
all right,
you
thank
have 5
you.
minutes from now.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, kia ora koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Dr. Cassandra Mudway, as you heard. I'm a legal academic whose research focuses on online gendered harms and international human rights law. I have a particular interest in online abuse of women in public life. Now, I'm speaking in relation to item 2.2, and I'm speaking in opposition, or at least raising an opposition to the new committee structure proposed by the Mayor, specifically the appointment of Councillor Ray Chung as Chair of the Review and Appointment Subcommittee. I want to begin by clarifying what I'm going to talk about, which is gender disinformation. Now, that is because it's often misunderstood or minimised as merely dirty politics or interpersonal conflict between two people.
Sorry, Dr. Mudway, we seem to have lost your volume for a moment. Can we just check that we got Sorry, Dr. Madway, can you hear us? Can you hear me? No. Do we have a way of contacting Dr. Madway? Yeah. So,
I think she's reading from the notes.
Can we get a message to her? Have to restart, take the clock back.
Yep. We could adjourn briefly.
Yeah. Councillors, we might just take a brief adjournment while we just sort this out and get the volume back up.
in the central city. We own an apartment in the CBD. We really want to start a family here, and that's one of the reasons why we'd like to urge you to proceed immediately with the Golden Mile improvements to Courtenay Place. And to tell you why, I want to start off by sharing a story about a road that faced quite fierce opposition when the idea was raised to close it to cars. See, shopkeepers had noticed that when this road was temporarily closed, more people came into their shops, and so the idea was raised to close it off and create a pedestrian mall in the central city. Some businesses cried foul. They felt that losing parks were going to destroy their businesses, and one Chamber of Commerce spokesperson said specifically that it would kill the city centre. But the improvements were still made, and the area is now an iconic destination for tourists. Businesses did better after these improvements, and even now, thousands of people take detours down the street on their way to work because it's nicer to be there. And does anyone want to guess which street this is? It is Cuba Street. This was a debate that was had in the 1970s. And I mention this because the debate that we have had over the Golden Mile is a story as old as the automobile. It is hard to see the benefits of designing streets for people before it's done, but the second you set foot in these places, you realize just how great they are. The Courtenay Place improvements are a fantastic plan to improve the space for the vast majority of Wellingtonians who live, shop, and set down roots in the central city. 37,000 people take the bus down the Golden Mile in a single workday, and another 30,000 walk it each workday. And at the moment, the streets are not prioritizing those people's needs well enough. It is a tired area of the city, and it needs work. It needs an upgrade. The solution are the improvements to the Golden Mile. Widen the street for walkers, create separated space for scooters and bikes, and make it nice to take the bus. Modernizing it will mean that more people are out on a Friday night or dining on a Wednesday afternoon. It means that more people will walk and bike the space, and those people are known to spend more on their trips than drivers. It will do this while upgrading the water infrastructure at the same time. Whether the street is improved or not, this water infrastructure is at the end of its life. And so disruption is coming to Courtenay Place. The question that each of you need to ask yourselves is whether this disruption should be rewarded with a modern 21st century space, or whether it should stay the same, a degraded place that has been neglected for years and years. I want my children to grow up in a city that takes pride in its public spaces, rather than a city that lets public spaces rot while councillors argue in circles. And the faster we can deliver improvements, the faster Wellingtonians will get to enjoy them, which leads me to wonder why we need a review. Council officers have recommended a $400,000 review to find out whether the project is still strategically aligned and to check things like the benefit-cost ratios. And I can save us some time because anyone who has glanced council strategies like our climate and our transport strategies will tell you for free that this is, of course, strategically aligned to what the council wants to do. It's going to reduce our biggest source of emissions, transport, by encouraging more bus use. It will encourage developers to build more high-density housing in the area because it has been invested in. And those people living in the central city will be able to spend their money on nearby businesses rather than sacrificing it to petrol companies. And it will restore vibrancy around the central city after a long period of degrading public space. This project is great value for money. It has a benefit-cost ratio of 5.8, and the new Mount Vic and Terrace tunnels have a benefit-cost ratio of 1.2. If that counts as good value for money, those tunnels, then the Golden Mile is a dream project. And ultimately, I'm not sure what this review will do except spend 6 months telling us the same thing we already know, that it still is good for the climate, it still delivers value for money, even at a higher price. And the review risks us losing government funding, especially if there are major changes to reduce the public transport outcomes. This 51% funding from NZTA was hard fought, and it is not a guarantee that we will keep it. And so my question is, why would we risk losing that capital injection into the city at a time as important as this? To sum up, we should just get on with it. Get started on the Golden Mile. It has a great return on investment. Tens of thousands of bus riders and walkers in our central city will see improvements. We will see development built alongside it. The road needs work regardless because we have to replace that water infrastructure, and so we should make the most of the opportunity and upgrade the area nearby as well. But best of all, it will make the city a vibrant, fun place to be. Once the Golden Mile is done, future Wellingtonians, like hopefully my children, will look back on these debates the way that we look back on the debates about Cuba Street. People will love this space. It will be iconic. And most people just want us to do our jobs and improve the public spaces that we desperately depend on. So let's fund this project and just get on board with revitalising our city.
Okay. Thank you, Casey. Thank you for your comments. Now, I understand Alicia Hall is not here and won't be presenting. So do we have Dr. Mudgway back?
No, we don't, but we're going to try and get her on the phone.
Okay.
Let's move to Miriam.
Okay. So now ask Miriam Moore to speak to item 2.7, the Golden Mile Review. Miriam Moore is speaking on behalf of Women in Urbanism Aotearoa and has 10 minutes to speak.
Flicker and a slide set.
Sure, okay.
Oh, here we go. Just check that switch button. Oh, perfect. Kia ora tātou, I am Miriam Moore. I'm here in my role as a committee member of Women in Urbanism Aotearoa, a group of urban professionals, advocates and simply city dwellers who believe our cities can and should be vibrant, sustainable, equitable neighbourhoods. We believe that a city designed for women is a city designed for all. I won't go into detail about that today. You can Google us if you like. But I'm presenting to you today on the matter of the Golden Mile Review. Firstly, congratulations to all of you on your re-elections, and especially those of you who are new in the room. Congrats on being the third council and the third mayor that I've presented this issue on. It's not exhausting at all. I want you to remember that while it might be your first day on the job today, it is not the city's first day on this project. For those of you who hasn't been on this journey as long as we have, the Golden Mile is a critical city shaping project for Pōneke, and we consider that further delay could be the nail in the coffin on a project that is needed to bring our city into the 21st century. The lack of commitment to build anything is frustrating for all. For quick context, I was born in Wellington, growing up in Hataitai, spending my teen years in Brooklyn. I did my schooling in Karori. I bought my first home in Tawa, and I work in the city. I know every corner of the city with all my heart. But I moved to Auckland for 10 years to go to university, and I lived in what I call its urban renaissance. I started in my uni hostel downtown in what I call a dead-ass city that no one wanted to be in. By the time I left 10 years later, it was a lively, thriving neighbourhood. Every time I return, every few months, there's something new happening. But what drew me back 5 years ago was an engagement outcome where over 50% of Wellingtonians, clicker not working, if you go next, voted not only in favour of the Golden Mile, but for the full transformation option. I knew that my city was ready to glow up and start attracting young talent back to its core. So I got onto the train, shout out Northern Explorer, back here, but we are still here. I'm not going to spend my time dwelling on the social, environmental and economic benefits of the Golden Mile. They were just well articulated by my peer. But as an urban professional, I do always take a BCR with a grain of salt, but 5.8 is nothing to sneer at, particularly given the circumstances that we've just had this State Highway 1 tunnels drop down our city with a BCR of 1, meaning no benefit for costs. For those of you new to the Golden Mile and looking at these large cost numbers without perspective, it's 4% of that project. It's probably going to be about the same as the cost of the flyover to get vehicular access into Hataitai Park. When you look at it, the benefit of this project and what it can deliver for our entire city is absolutely huge. And for all its failings, the important thing to remember about the intensive testing of Let's Get Wellington Moving is that it was an integrated planning decision. The options explored all required the other strategic moves for the benefits to be realised. The second tunnel was only successful if implemented alongside Golden Mile and mass rapid transit. We now find ourselves in this ironic position where the only thing being imposed on our city is the one that was found to be unfeasible. So if we do not proceed with this other move, we risk not implementing the critical consecutive transport upgrades that will see the benefit of this project in reducing car use and reducing congestion in Wellington, which is critical for our growing population. Further, the changes here and will lose other integrated planning decisions for our city, such as the second Spine Harbour Quays. It's going to change so much, and we're going to need to go back to the drawing board for so many things. As the country's highest pedestrian and bus users in Wellington, there is no city that is better placed than us to explore transport choice as a genuine option to improve movement in our city, all while improving our amenity, making our city a better place to be where people want to spend time. Do not forget that Wellington Central is not a business district, it's a neighbourhood. It's the backyard to home of so many people in our city, thousands of local whānau. It's our communal backyard, and we should be treating it like one. A quick story. Last year, I was lucky enough slide change. I can do it. I was lucky enough to be selected as one of 60 global leaders at the world's largest urbanism conference, representing Wellington at Urban Future in Rotterdam, very proudly. As part of this program, we were invited to a fireside chat with various global leaders, and I was lucky enough to be partnered with Maria Vasilako, Vienna's ex-deputy mayor, who delivered the major street transformation on Maria Hilfenstrasse. Next slide, sorry, I can't seem to move it. And you might think that projects like these in the world's most livable city just fly through, but the personal backlash she faced with her face on placards led to this project going to referendum. It passed at 53%. Next slide, please. After construction, over 80% of the residents were in favour of the project. It was so successful that businesses in Perpendicular Street over all pulled their money together and applied the same street upgrade to their street because they wanted the benefits of it too. And I know what many of you are going to say now, but we're not Vienna. So who are we? If you could just flick through the next slides until you land on Nelson. Auckland, Dunedin, Invercargill have recently completed their upgrades of their main streets. Nelson put the spade in the ground just a few weeks ago, all delivered under the mayoralty of Mayor Nick Smith. These projects are not wishful Wellington thinking. They're evidence-based upgrades required by cities who want to bring their infrastructure and public spaces into the 21st century to efficiently move the growing number of people in their cities, all while combating the rise of online shopping by creating spaces where people just want to hang out. I'm the first person to shout from the rooftops that Wellington is so unique. I love it with all my heart, but I'm also acutely aware that we are not so special that we need our own formula for getting shit done that everyone else is already doing. If you go to the next one, here's some advice tweeted from one of your counterparts, Councillor Richard Hills in Auckland. Next slide. So he's in town actually for the Urban Health Futures Conference if you want to have a coffee and talk about how to do it. So here's the deal. 50% of this project is currently funded by NZTA. I understand you are discussing this project today because there is identified risk that we cannot fund the remainder of our part. If any of this design is changed as a result of that review, you are required to go back to the NZTA board with that new project. And since the funding promise, the scope of NZTA has changed. They will no longer fund walking and cycling projects, so you will not get this funding renewed. The Golden Mile is not a bus project. It's an upgrade that ensures our place in our city for every street user to move safely. So do you know where that funding goes if we give it up? It's not ring-fenced, so probably Auckland. We embarrassingly lost 2-1 to Auckland at a home game with the Phoenix to a 9-man football team 2 weeks ago. I'm not losing millions of dollars of funding so they can get some buses and we can't have a cool street. We understand your difficult financial position, but feel a review is the discreet way of adding to project costs, losing NZTA funding and letting the naysayers win. It's admirable to walk into council with a fresh approach to the Golden Mile, but don't forget that the years of tactical delay many of the people around this table have strategically been undertaking for the exact outcome you're facing today. For those of you sitting on the fence, if your maiden speech refers to vision, change, transformation, equity, a city with people at its heart, a vote to delay and risk losing this funding is letting down the progressive majority of this city who have voted for full transformation since 5 years ago. While the entire project may not be in scope, we ask you today to commit to building something. Why wait for a city deal that we may not get? This is our city deal. A risk... It is a risk to wait for the unknown. It is a greater risk to lose the funding that we already have. Localism is under attack. We've lost funding for our minor safety improvements. We are getting fast track imposed upon us. This is a project by Wellington for Wellington. And if we don't do the Golden Mile, we're going to have to do something. It's not a vanity project, so what will that cost be down the track? You have to ask yourselves that. So finally, Women of Urbanism asks you today to commit to the people of Wellington who have consistently voted for transformational change. change, to commit today for the businesses whose anger can only grow louder with every delay, bringing a new uncertainty. Commit today to retain the university students who are graduating or attract the locals to move back from Auckland. Commit today for Greater Wellington Regional Council, who you've asked to lower public transport fares, this being the primary way to deliver on that promise. Commit today to prove that you are the progressive council we elected to represent Pōneke, the best city in Aotearoa. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou. Thank you very much for listening.
Ngā mihi. Thank you, Miriam. We have a question from Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Yeah, kia ora, Miriam. Thank you for coming in. I'm sure, as you've seen in the paper, Work Programme 1 has escalated 600%, 4.4 million to 27. The cost escalation across the Estuary corridor is between $60 to $80 million. So we need to, on top of the 83 million sludge blowout that we still haven't allocated. So we, in real terms, to deliver this project, have to find $140 to $160 million of debt capacity well over our debt ratio. So I'm asking, do you have any ideas of where we should reprioritise that money from to deliver this outcome?
I do think our funding's shit. Land use rates, great start. But yeah, I don't envy the position you're in, but I think the risk of losing this money is even greater than not trying ways to find that money. And that's why we've elected you to be those people to do that.
Right. Are there any other questions for Miriam? If there aren't, thank you very much, Miriam, for your presentation.
Kia ora,
Been
thank
very
you.
Good. Thank you. Now, in light of the technical issues we're having, apparently it's going to take about 5 minutes or so to fix those issues. So I suggest that we take a very early morning tea, allow the technicians to fix that up, because the other issue is that not only could we not hear Dr. Mudgeway, but Councillor Foon cannot hear us and cannot participate either. So it's important, I think, we get those issues fixed. So let's take an early morning tea of 15 minutes, and when we come back, everything will be working perfectly, he said ambitiously. meetings will resume, and contrary to my promise, we haven't been able to fix the technical issue during the course of the morning tea break. Technicians are en route, as I understand, to help to fix it. So what I propose is this. Dr. Mudgway has offered to send her submission by email to the council, and we will receive that and circulate that. Councillor Foon and Pauiwi Kelly, because they can't participate through the Teams platform, they will follow the meeting through the live stream. I suggest we proceed now with the maiden speeches. It is possible that the technicians who need to help with the fix will arrive during that time and will achieve the fix. We don't know. We'll aim for that. But in the meantime, I think we will proceed with the maiden speeches. So, on that note, I will invite Councillor Matthew Riwiti to give his maiden speech. I think we're aiming for 3 minutes with some discretion to go a little bit over.
Tēnā koutou, Mr. Mayor, councillors, officers, public. I stand here today with both pride and responsibility. Pride because I'm here only the second member of Te Atiawa elected to Wellington City Council, the first being Sir Ralph Love. And responsibility because, by my count, I'm only the 9th Māori councillor elected in our city's history, though I suspect there could be more. I want to pause and reflect on the significance of Te Tiriti o Waitangi for the people and the city of Wellington. The late Moana Jackson once said that the treaty is and was remarkable for its time and for now, because it offered everyone who came to this land and to this place a place to belong. It said, "You are welcome to make your home here." But that welcome comes with obligations. You could build a life in this place, but not at the expense of those who were here before. And yet, as Moana reminded us, colonisation has always worked at the expense of those who were here before. On the 29th of April 1840, aboard a schooner in Port Nicholson, 34 Māori signed Te Tiriti. Tuarau, Te Hiko o Te Rangi, Tūnaia, Kahi Turau o Te Rangi, Te Wharipauri, Mātangi, Taringa Kuri, Noa Te Whakakeka, Te Rere Porutu, Ngā Tata I Te Rangi, Wiramu Kingi, Te Pua Kawe, Mohi Ngā Pōna, Wiramu Kingi Wairarapa, Te Ropiha, Motoroa, Te Tuti, Takato Ingo, Paka, Te Whakatauronga, Pari Pakihi, Pane Whare I Titi, Aparahana Raui, Hohepa Kāpiri, Roto Whanga Nā, Ngā Papa Te Kepa, Reihana Rewati, Hone Weteri Tuhata Te Patu Hiki, Te Hoka, Hoani Te Iwi Kahu, Hawera Kāpeka, Hohepa Rerewa, Te Puni, Tuhoto Moina Rangatira, Pukawa, Papuku Makari. When the council speaks of mana whenua, it is the descendants of these rangatira we are referring to. They were, in every sense, the first citizens of Wellington and essentially the first council. They signed Te Tiriti for their rohi. This rohi, this moana, the awa, and the whenua we know as Te Whanganui Atara. Te Tiriti was meant to be a partnership between Māori and the Crown. Yet in 150 years of local government and 185 years after our tupuna signed, only 2 descendants of these rangatira have ever been elected to council. Does that look like partnership to you? Thankfully, 52,677 Wellingtonians voted to keep the Māori ward, more than double those who opposed it. A clear message that our city values a Māori voice at this table. Everyone who has come to Wellington since 1840, every immigrant and their descendant, can claim the right to live here because these rangatira signed Te Tiriti. That is why they are called tangata tiriti. And for Māori, we remain tangata whenua. Ake, ake, ake. Nō reira, I will finish with this. No mai haere mai, you are all welcome. It is Te Tiriti that makes it so. But remember, it comes with obligations. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Ngā mihi ki a koe, Councillor Riwiti. I call on Sam O'Brien.
Tēnā koutou katoa. It is an honour to serve on this council and alongside some great people who have stepped up for Wellington. The work ahead of us is significant, but if we can harness the collective skill in this room and maintain our ambition, we can be a council that truly delivers. Today, I'd like to share a bit about the things that have shaped me and the type of councillor that I'd like to be. At 13, I was diagnosed with osteosarcoma, which is a rare bone cancer. The next year was spent in hospital wards with chemo, surgeries, and learning how to walk again. It was tough. But 2 things got me through that experience. First, it was people. My family and friends who stuck with me every step. This is the kind of community that my colleague, Councillor Abdurrahman, often speaks about. People who show up for one another. That's what matters most. Second, it was public services. The nurses and doctors that saved my life. The teachers who helped to catch me up after missing a year at school. And even the local district council, which gave me my first opportunity with a summer job. This experience is fundamental to who I am today and how I see my work here. I know how important community is. And I know what good public services can do for people. Our pools, parks and libraries bring people together. Our services help get them back on their feet or find a warm home. We should never forget the people that we are here to serve. The other experience that has been formative for me is my career as a planner. I've learned in my work that many of the challenges we face in Wellington are the result of choices, not chance. Our infrastructure deficit didn't appear out of nowhere. It is the consequence of decades of underinvestment. Unaffordable rents are not an inevitability of the market. They are the product of planning rules that have, amongst other things, suppressed supply. Our water challenges stem in part from a lack of oversight and accountability about the use of public money. None of this is inevitable as the consequence of decisions to defer and deflect and hope that someone else will deal with it later. This is the main reason people lose faith in us, and it is a habit our council has to break, but I'm confident we will. If we want to earn back that trust, we have to deliver, and we have to stop pretending that doing nothing is the responsible choice. To me, that means investing in the public assets and services that make people's lives better on a day-to-day basis. Housing, water, transport, pools, libraries, and parks. And I'm here today to serve the people I met in my ward during my campaign, and I'm positive that we can deliver for them. I met a young family in Lyle Bay who told me they're moving to Christchurch for cheaper housing. We can build them a city that they can afford. I chatted with a man in council flats in Strathmore that was getting sick in his damp housing. We can help him into a safer, healthier home. My own flatmate and friend is currently planning his move to Melbourne. We can make this a city with jobs, culture and hope where young people want to stay. And I sat with a retiree in Miramar who was struggling to make ends meet. We can guarantee her quality services and value for every rates dollar that we spend. We can do all these things, and we should. Let's use this term to make sure the people who live and work here have what they need to build good lives. That's about delivering for everyone, not just the loudest voices or the wealthiest. It means delivering for the working people that keep this city running. Tangata whenua who are here before anyone else. The young people who are our future, the retirees who have contributed so much to making our city what it is, and our ethnic communities who make this city so vibrant and diverse. We can disagree on details, but I hope what we can all agree on is that Wellington can't afford to drift. Our city needs a council which has the courage to reckon with the problems facing us. If we get this right, and if people can see their rates turning into safe housing, working pipes, clear drains, clean streets and jobs with decent wages, then trust will follow. That's how we make Wellington work, and I look forward to doing this important mahi with you all over the next 3 years, and hopefully beyond. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor O'Brien. Can I ask Councillor Johnny Osborne to deliver his maiden address?
Tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you very much, Mayor and colleagues, for the opportunity to make these opening remarks. I just want to say at the outset how proud I am to be elected to represent the residents of Motu Kairangi and Pōneke Wellington. It's a great privilege, and it's not one that I would take lightly. As Sam's just alluded to, in these sort of speeches, it's custom to talk about one's life experiences and how they've shaped their lives and how they see the world. And while I'm not always one to follow tradition, if you indulge me, I'll follow this custom. So I'd like to speak to two important events in my life, one tragic, another joyful. As a child, I lost my father to cancer. Obviously, this was a very traumatic experience for myself and my family. But from the relative comfort of time, I think this experience taught me two key lessons. First, it made me understand the role of the state in our lives, whether that be the health system or the welfare system, or indeed your friendly local council, both for the good and the bad. But I feel very confident saying that if it were not for the support of the state at that time, I would not have moved to Wellington for university, and I would not be here today. I understand the power of the state to do good, and I'm honoured to be here to help shape its direction. Second, and perhaps more importantly, the experience taught me the value of community. At this time, my father couldn't receive the treatment he needed in Hawke's Bay where we lived, so he had to travel every week down to Palmerston North. And the only reason my mum could go with him during these really tough times was because we had the support of our community. And by a community, what I mean is the many families who opened their homes to me, made sure I was fed, made sure I got to school, got to sports practice, music practice, whatever else I was up to at the time. And then after Dad died, that same community continued to look after us, look out for us during those tough days and months and years. So while I believe it was the state that really provided the safety net to my family, it was really the community that got us through that tough time. And I really believe the health of a society, or indeed a city, can be measured by the health of its communities. And as a councillor, I want to work hard to make sure all our communities, and we are a city of many, many communities, are strong, so that all our residents have a space where they feel valued, where they feel respected, and where they can turn to when times are tough. The second experience I want to talk about is the joyful one, when I became a parent. And as many of us around the table will know, this is a really joyful experience, but it was also one that really heightened my understanding of responsibility and really drove home the importance of planning for the future. Becoming a dad really strengthened my resolve to do all we can to leave this place, our neighbourhood, our city, our planet in a better way for the next generation. I don't believe that wanting to leave the place in a better state than what we found it is controversial at all, and I'm confident that all of us around the table want that too. If nothing else, it's just good manners, right? But of course, we know we are not meeting this goal. Our climate pollution is not reducing at the rate we need it to be if we're serious about addressing the impact of climate change. Nor are we taking the issue of adapting to our changing climate with anywhere near the level of seriousness we ought to be. But the great news is that for many of these challenges, we know what the solutions are. And for those that we don't, well, we live in a city full of smart, creative people to help us find the way. Just think about Zealandia. In the 1990s, it was a radical idea, but now cities everywhere are trying to replicate its success and see their biodiversity thrive like ours has. Yesterday at the marae in Porirua, we heard inspiring kōrero about kaitiakitanga, and we heard the challenge loud and clear. For every decision we make here at Council, we must ask ourselves, how is this helping the planet? The only planet we've got, and the only one we'll leave to the next generation. Colleagues, this is a challenge I intend to take up, and I look forward to working with all of you to put Wellington on a path to a more sustainable future for our kids and the generations that follow. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Can I call on Councillor Carl Tiefenbacher to deliver his maiden address?
Good morning all. First of all, I'd like to say I'm very thankful and appreciative. I'm thankful and appreciative to my wife, Jo, who supported me so much during our campaign, and also our campaign teams, because I think to be sitting here takes a lot of effort, and it takes a lot of effort from a lot of people that give you all our support. So thank you very much for that. And secondly, I want to be proud, but I can't be proud till at the end of this term we can look back and say Wellington's in a better place than it is at this moment in time. I think, if anything, our role is to basically create a city whereby Wellington have trust in the council, they have pride in the council, and they feel that Wellington is a place that they can raise their kids and they can move forward. So for me, I think everyone here at this table have the same values, give or take a little adjustments, but I think we all have differing views of what's the most important and how to get to that. For me, that's creating an environment where people can afford to live. I find that to be one of the most important things. If you can't afford to live here, then we disenfranchise so many people. The elderly in particular, who no longer have the ability to get more income in, they're on fixed incomes. If we push up our rates too far, it becomes too prohibitive for them to live. So for me, things like that are really, really important. Creating opportunities for the youth, as Johnny mentioned earlier on, is vital. We need to basically have an environment where businesses can thrive, they can succeed, they can establish themselves, and Wellington can be that place, as Ngāti Toa were pointing out yesterday, where their whānau can actually grow and live and create the next generation of true Wellingtonians. So I look forward to working in the next 3 years with you guys. I'm very, very happy with Matt being able to achieve really great things for us. I'm very, very comfortable that Andrew Little will do exactly the same. Sorry, Mayor Little, apologies. And I'm looking forward, and as I said, I'm really, really hopeful that we'll make some really solid decisions. What I do hope is that we'll keep an open mind and we'll actually listen to arguments and debates so that we can create the right decisions going forward, because there's always two sides to the coin. And I think sometimes in the past, maybe the council has looked at one side and not let the other side influence the decision making. And so for me, obviously, that's a financial cost, because if we do put a financial burden on future generations, that's painful, and it's going to be really, really causing issues for Wellington moving forward. So let's work together. Let's make Wellington a better place. That's our role. Let's all be proud when we finish our training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Tiefenbacher. I now invite Councillor Afnan Al-Rubai to give her maiden address.
Thank you, me Andrew. E ako ro rangatirama, e kuima, e koroma, e ngā hua Kaunihera, e ngā ringa ropo, e tōtoko ana, tēnā tātou katoa. Your Worship, fellow councillors, council officers and members of our community, it is a profound honour to stand here today and deliver my inaugural address as your Pukahino Lambton Ward Labour councillor, and proudly so. My journey to this chamber didn't begin in Wellington. It began as a 12-year-old Iraqi girl arriving in Aotearoa as a refugee, carrying more questions than certainty and more hope than anything else. I never imagined that that one day I would stand in this very space, trusted by a community that I've grown to love with all my heart, and that has welcomed me here for the last over 20 years. The path here hasn't been simple, and like many migrants and former refugees, I have faced systematic barriers, prejudice, and moments where doors seemed firmly closed in my face. As a single mother, there were years that were defined by resilience, by balancing work, survival, and the dream of creating stability for my daughter Lara. But the truth is, every challenge has shaped me. Every setback strengthened my determination. And every moment of being underestimated taught me what it means to build courage, discipline, and grit from the ground up. So standing here today is more than symbolic. It is proof not just to me, or my daughter, or my family, but to every person who has ever felt unseen, unheard, or uninvited, that there is space for us at these tables. Not out of charity, but because of what we bring: lived experience, skill, hard work, empathy, professionalism, and perseverance, and because we have become part of this community. I want to acknowledge mana whenua, te Atiawa, Ngāti Taua Rangatira, and the unique perspective and leadership you bring to this council and to our city. And in that spirit, I want to share something important, that we often hear conversations about multiculturalism as though it sits in tension with biculturalism. Sometimes multiculturalism is even used to diminish Indigenous rights, as if the presence of many cultures somehow weakens security, but that is not the case, and I do see it differently. I believe that every community, including mine, including those newly arrived, has a responsibility to build its own understanding and relationship with tangata whenua. A multiplicity of cultures, each honouring the commitments of biculturalism. That is the Aotearoa I believe in, and the Aotearoa I am very proud to serve. And as your councillor, my focus is the people, and it will always be. Ensuring that our young people are a priority and that they have the real access to jobs, training and opportunities to allow them to dream big and succeed, ensuring that everyone gets a fair shot at affordable housing and reliable, accessible transport, the essentials that protect dignity and give families a foundation to thrive, and ensuring we uphold our role as kaitiaki guardians, not only for our environment, but of our tamariki, who will inherit the consequences of the decisions we make today. My work in governance and strategy has shown me that systems must work for everyone and not just those who are easiest to reach. My life has shown me the same truth in a far more personal way as well. To my fellow councillors, I look forward to working alongside you respectfully, honestly, and with courage to make decisions that will outlast us. To my family, friends, and those who supported my journey, thank you. And specifically to my daughter Lara, you are the reason I strive and the reason that I rise. And to the people of Wellington who placed your trust in me, thank you for believing in someone whose journey didn't begin here, but who feels deeply called to serve this city. Your faith in me is not taken lightly. It is the biggest honour of my life, and I want to assure that I will be consistent, present, honest, and committed to acting in the best interest of the city. I campaigned on communities shaping decisions rather than responding to them, and I make my oath to you again that this is the principle which I will base my mahi on. Together, I believe we can build a city where everyone gets a fair go, a city defined by dignity, opportunity, and compassion, a city where our diversity strengthens our commitment to partnership with tangata whenua, not detracts from it, a city where every child, including mine, can grow knowing that belonging is not something they need to fight for. Every young person can see their dreams and aspirations realised, and every senior feels they've been heard and that they are still very much part of our community and how we shape Pōneke to cater for us all. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Councillor Al-Rubayi, and I will ask Councillor Andrea Compton to give her maiden's address.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge Mayor Little, Deputy Mayor McNulty and fellow councillors elected for the 25-28 triennium. My sincere congratulations to each of you, and I look forward to working alongside you as we navigate the challenges and opportunities ahead for our city for the next 3 years. I also want to extend my thanks to the family members, friends, members of the public and the media who have joined us today, whether here in chambers or online. Your engagement in our democratic process is vital and it is appreciated. To the council officers and staff, thank you for your support you have provided and for the work you do every day to keep this council moving. Your professionalism and dedication do not go unnoticed. I'd also like to acknowledge those who supported me throughout my campaign. There are too many to name individually, but I do want to express my deepest gratitude to my family. From countless hours delivering flyers to helping me put up and take down hoardings. Your support has been both practical and unwavering. It meant everything then, and it continues to mean everything now. To my campaign team, you know who you are. I miss our Monday mornings together, the learning, the laughter and the camaraderie that grounded us through the intensity of the campaign. And to Linda and Ray, your contribution was exceptional. You are quite simply rock stars. And lastly, thanks to those who put their trust in me and elected me to represent them. Wellington is my home. I grew up here, and aside a period of time in London, this city has shaped who I am. I've always lived in the northern suburbs, and today my family and I are proud to call Tawa home. I come from a hard-working, working-class family, and construction has been part of my life for as long as I can remember. I grew up with diggers and trucks in the driveway, and as the Town Hall project nears completion, I'm reminded that my father worked deep in the basements of the Town Hall in the early 90s, contributing to that seismic upgrade as part of the Civic Square redevelopment. I was the first in my family to attend university. However, construction has remained at the heart of my career. I've been a chartered accountant for over 2 decades and have had the privilege of working with organisations both here and overseas. Westfield and Honeywell in London during their 2012 Olympic projects, to Transpower and HEB construction here at home. At Transpower, I saw firsthand what mature asset management looks like, and at HEB I was able to contribute to projects that shape communities in meaningful ways. During my campaign, my central message was smart spending, strong future. I believe deeply that Wellington needs leadership that prioritises fiscal responsibility, transparency and the core needs of our community. One of the biggest challenges I highlighted is the rates burden on our residents. Rates have surged, and without a long-term measured plan, they are forecast to double in the next decade. That is simply not sustainable. Decades of underinvestment in core infrastructure are colliding with progressive and transformative plans. This tension is putting our communities right in the eye of an affordability storm. My campaign proposed a clear set of levers for change which I'll continue to advocate for and pursue. Remodelling growth assumptions, full audit of council finances, defining and prioritising core services, learning from other cities, top-down budgeting and exploring new revenue streams. The strategy does not require cutting essential services like our community centres, pools or libraries. On the contrary, my vision protects those services while also finding savings, reducing debt and making way for strategic investments. I ran because I believe Wellington deserves a focus on the fundamentals and governors that lead with financial discipline, clarity and a strong moral compass. Over the next 3 years, I'll endeavour to work collaboratively and respectfully with my colleagues, be open to listening to your perspectives while also providing my insight and experience. I'll be active in my community and communicate regularly and will continue to advocate strongly for the North. In conclusion, thank you for your trust and I'm ready to get ready for work for Wellington.
Thank you, Councillor Compton. I think there's a motion there. Oh. I think it was on. Chief Executive just turned me off. Right, the motion there is that we receive the information and thank the first-term councillors for their maiden speeches. I'll move that. Do we have a seconder? Deputy Mayor McNulty. I'd hate to think there's any discussion. None. Good. Put that. Those in favour now vote. Or You know? Okay, yes, no, it's carried unanimously. All right. Now, just a little update on the technology issues. They haven't been fixed. So what we're going to do is Councillor Foon is going to view online and she will participate in terms of voting on a spare laptop that we have so we can record her vote. And I understand Pauiwi Kelly will continue to watch on the live stream. So that's the way we will do that. And no doubt one of our committees can look into what we're spending on technology maybe in the future. Make sure we get it right. All right, the next item on the agenda is 2.2, which is the governance arrangements for this triennium. And I welcome Officers Ms Mueller and Daly to introduce the report.
Morena koutou. Thank you for bearing with us while we've had technical difficulties this morning. This paper seeks agreement for the Council to ratify the committees and the chairs established and appointed by the Mayor, as well as the membership of each decision-making body. Attachment 1 is the proposed terms of reference and delegation, which specifies each committee's area of focus and the powers delegated to it, and we are supportive of changes being moved today through an amended substantive motion. I'll largely take the paper as read. The only two things that I wish to highlight are Recommendation 3, that the terms of reference be reviewed midway through the triennium to align with the 18-month chair appointments by the Mayor, and Recommendation 4, which would authorise the Mayor and Deputy Mayor to grant power of attorney to the Chief Executive, the Chief Infrastructure Officer, the Chief Operating Officer, and the Chief Strategy and Finance Officer. Power of attorney has already been granted to the Chief Executive by the previous Mayor and Deputy Mayor in 2023. So this recommendation wouldn't affect that grant and would also allow the Mayor and Deputy to extend the power of attorney to 3 additional ELT members. Happy to take any questions.
Right, do councillors have questions? We have one from Councillor Randall.
Thank you for the work. With respect to the expanded power of attorney, will the exercising of the power of attorney be reported back to council or council committee by officers?
Very good question. I am looking at Andrea.
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Any other questions? Councillor Abdul Rahman.
According to Local Government Act 23, when it comes to quorum of councils and committees, it says that the quorum of a meeting at local authority consists of half of the members, of if members is even. And from what I see, some of the membership of the committee has changed since it was published. Does that mean you need to adjust the quorum accordingly?
No. So that piece of legislation refers to meetings of the local authority, meaning the council, the governing body. Committees that are not committees of the whole can have quorum of a lower number, and that can be agreed by the council. So previously we've done this with hearings panels. We've also done this during COVID, where quorum was reduced to 2. So this is very standard.
Any other questions? We'll move to consideration of the paper. So just by way of opening, I will move the paper. Just by way of summary, the council structure that we've got, the committees that are before us have been put together to reflect, I think, the priorities of this council to make sure that we are both exercising good financial control but also carefully considering the strategic future of the city, as you would expect, and to ensure that the internal processes of the council are operating optimally. Accompanying to this paper, as you will know, will be the appointments recommended in relation to each of the committees. Those appointments reflect the commitment I made that every councillor would be involved meaningfully in the respective roles required of council and councillors, and I'm confident that it achieves that. Councillors will also know that I've made appointments for a period of 18 months. That enables us to see how things go, see how performance goes, and to review things partway through the triennium, again, with a view to achieving the best performance for this council. I will now ask if there are any other contributions to the debate. I should ask for a seconder. Thank Councillor Al-Rubai, seconding it. Any other contributions to the debate? Yes, Councillor Osborne.
I'd just like to start by thanking all of you colleagues for the spirit of collaboration and constructive debate that we've established over the last few weeks. And in that spirit, I just want to make plain that I do intend to vote for this paper. Good leadership requires sound judgment, empathy, and the humility to recognise when you've got it wrong. Undermining the mana and integrity of your colleagues by spreading offensive and misogynistic rumours is not good leadership. Claiming victimhood instead of taking responsibility for your actions is not good leadership. For those reasons, I want to make it clear that I and my colleagues, Councillors Foon, Matthews and Rogers, do not support the nomination for the chair of the Council-controlled Organisations and Appointments Committee. But as constructive partners, and recognising that this is a decision of the Mayor, we will vote for the report as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you. I should have asked whether the seconder wishes to make any comments at this point. No. Are there any other contributions to the debate? There being none, can I just clarify? It includes the substantive, all those things.
Yes, those changes, everything on the screen.
Okay, so I now put the resolution as appears on the screen, so that incorporates a number of changes that have been made in the recent period and the range of recommendations that are there. So we'll now put the vote. Got that? Oh, mine hasn't been forward. All right, and I declare the motion carried. Thank you. So we now move to item 2.3, which is the triennium meeting schedule. Ms. Mueller, have any comments you wish to make at this point on the report?
Thank you, Chair. This report asks the Council to adopt a schedule of meetings for the entire triennium. The meeting schedule is a starting point and it works to a regular cycle of meetings so that councillors, Pawiwi and staff have certainty well in advance of each meeting and are able to plan accordingly. Following the publication of the agenda last week, we were made aware of a number of decisions that need to be made prior to the end of the year, so we've provided advice as to how that can be scheduled as part of this decision. Additionally, next year's annual plan requires careful scheduling of meetings to allow the Council to meet its statutory deadlines in relation to consultation and adoption. I do want to reiterate as well that the meeting schedule is a starting point and it is really difficult to plan 3 years in advance, so it's likely that meetings will need to be added in 2027 in relation to the long-term plan, and also likely that some meetings will be cancelled as they won't be required. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Are there any questions to Ms. Mueller on the schedule? No. Do we have a mover of the motion? Deputy Mayor McNulty? Do we have a seconder?
Got it. Look, so happy to move this one today. Just as some of our new colleagues have decided to step up and help with move of papers, I'm going to be a little bit demonstrative in moving this. I have nothing of value to say to the meeting schedule. I support it entirely. But if I did have anything of value, I may take this opportunity as moving it to give my views onto it. So having now spoken to this motion, I would seek a seconder, please.
So we have Councillor Young seconding. Councillor Young, do you wish to make any comments?
We should be standing now, right?
I'm not requiring standing, but whatever you're most comfortable with.
We've got old days. So anyway, I'd just like to say I love the fact that we have these meetings in our diaries so well in advance, because it is chaotic trying to manage our diaries. anyway, but this is such a great help. So I just appreciate the work that goes into the offices. How they do it, I have no idea, but I'm very grateful.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Young. Are there any other contributions to the debate?
I do not require a right of reply, so we'll go to the vote.
Yep, you don't have any right. Excellent. All right, I'll now put the motion that has been moved and seconded. And that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Fill up your diaries accordingly. All right. Item 2.4, which is the Triennium Councillor's remuneration. Again, I'll ask Ms Mueller to speak to the report.
Thank you again. This paper seeks the approval of allocation of the governance remuneration pool as determined by the Remuneration Authority. The only thing that I wanted to highlight was that should the terms of reference substantially change in 18 months' time to coincide with that review, and if there were substantial changes to the number of positions of additional authority, the Council would also need to review the governance remuneration pool at that time also. Happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions for Ms Mueller? No. Do we have a mover? I think Deputy Mayor McNulty wants to make comments.
Yeah, happy to move the remuneration. I will just speak quickly because there's just a small change to what we did in the previous triennium. We recognised that Councillor Free probably did more work in the Regulatory Processes Committee chair than potentially some chairs on the committee of the whole. It was a very heavy workload in that committee. Previously, there was a differential of 1.05 for the chair of the Regulatory Processes Committee and 1.1 for chair of a committee of the whole. Recognising the substantive work that the chair of the Regulatory Processes Committee comes in, there is a change to the pay structure that they will also receive a 1.1 multiplier equivalent with a chair of a committee of the whole. So small change, but we know that the Regulatory Processes Committee does hard and important work, and it's a one to remunerate and notice that work that's been put through.
Very good. Do you have a seconder for the paper? Councillor Abdulrahman, wish to make any comments, Councillor? No. Are there any other contributions to the debate? If not, we'll put the motion as it's presented. All right, that motion is carried. Thank you very much. And we go to item 2.5, elected member allowances and entitlements policy. I'll recognise somebody you may not have met before, Ms Mueller, to speak to the report.
You'll be seeing a lot of me today, team.
Yeah.
This policy is largely based on last triennium's allowances and entitlements policy, with a couple of changes based on both councillor and officer feedback, and major changes proposed by the Remuneration Authority's new determination that allows for a home security allowance for elected members. If you have any questions, happy to answer them.
Do members have any questions for Ms Mueller? There are none. Do we have a mover for motion? Councillor Compton?
I move the paper.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak to the paper, Councillor Compton?
No, thank you.
Have a summary analysis or something? Okay. Do we have a seconder for the paper? Councillor Calvert, thank you. Do you wish to speak to the paper, Councillor?
Yes, I do. Probably because I've been here longest, I've come across this policy, and I really just think, and I've raised it, and I hope we can have a look at this, away from having to move a formal amendment. But for those of you who may not have read every clause, I have. But clause 16 within the policy is not written correctly from my perspective, and it talks about reimbursement of mileage claims. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Remuneration Authority allows for elected members to be able to claim mileage from their respective councils. This council in 2009 agreed that we would not claim mileage. We would fund that ourselves, and that's fine. But the rationale that's given was because we could claim it off our income, of our tax, which, whilst that was the reason agreed at the time, it's factually incorrect. So I think the policy needs to ensure that it does reflect that this is really just, we can claim it in terms of a taxation expense, but it's not actually reimbursement. So there is some wording that needs to change. I don't want to move an amendment now, but I think we do need to make sure that it is worded correctly to reflect the taxation requirements. So, but we'll discuss that offline. But I just wanted to note it now formally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carver. Can I just clarify that you're talking to paragraph 13 of the paper and the last bullet point?
Yeah, it's 13, the last bullet point, and it's referenced in clause 16 of the actual policy. So it does need to be amended, but I'm sure with some discretion that could be. It's really just reflecting the true state of reimbursements as opposed to enabling anything new or differently.
Okay. As I understand, the advice I've received is that it does replicate the policy approved in 2009, but hearing your point, let's take it back and let's have another look at it.
Yes. The policy approved in 2009, I went back and looked at it, and the basis of it, and this is what I want to correct, was incorrect.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Let's take that up. Are there any other contributions to the debate? No. In that case, I will put the motion as it appears. No. I think the undertaking is to review what was recorded in 2009 against. We'll find a place. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. Moving to item 2.6. This is the elected member appointments to council controlled organisations, etc. Can I invite Ms. Mueller to speak to the report?
Thank you, Chair. I will hand over to Amelia Daly, Team Leader Democracy Services.
Kia ora, I'm just giving Haiti a break from this one. So this paper here, there are a number of CCOs, council organisations, joint committees and other external bodies that elected members can be appointed to. This paper seeks agreement to these appointments for the full length of the 2025-28 triennium. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions on this paper? No. I will move the paper. There is one change in it just to draw to your attention, and that is in relation to the appointment to Tawhiri, the New Zealand International Arts Festival Trust. There's some complex legal arrangements around that body that means that we don't actually get to make the appointment, but it is my intention that Councillor Young will be the person appointed representing the council to that body, and we'll just follow the correct technical process to do that. With that exception, I, as I say, move the motion. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Tiefenbacher. Any contribution, any comments or contribution? Yes, Councillor Randall.
Yes, I just wanted to note that there's been some concern from people in Tawa about the fact that we're not having a joint wastewater and landfill committee alongside Pororoa Council. I know that was partly a decision of Pororoa Council given the short time that the wastewater plant is under the governance of Wellington Water Limited, and so I do appreciate that. But I just want to note for the record that the landfill was an ongoing issue for the residents of Tawa, and that committee was one of the key mechanisms under which we had some influence and in terms of working with Pororoa Council to mitigate the adverse effects. And I know they've been working very hard towards doing that. I'm also aware that there is a resource consent that may be put forward in the near term from Pororoa Council to extend the landfill or not. And that's certainly a decision that this council would like to have some formal engagement on. The committee was likely to be the mechanism we would have done it normally, but I do know that officers are aware of the issue and that we're going to work through and perhaps have some sort of alternate arrangement or even perhaps still reinvent the committee, but just not at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Randall. I think, as I understand it, Porirua City Council hasn't committed to reconvening the group. It does need to meet by agreement. We'll continue discussions with Porirua City Council to address the issues that you've raised. I think you're absolutely right. There are issues there that affect our constituents, or your constituents in your ward. We'll continue those discussions and see if we can come up with a suitable resolution. Any other contributions to the paper? Councillor Tivenbach, any comments you wish to make? All right. In that case, let's put the motion. Okay. And the resolution is carried. Thank you very much. There's just been a slight changing of the guard. The Council Chief Executive has a personal matter to attend to soon, so Chief Financial Officer is now with us. Right, we'll turn to item 2.7 on the agenda, which is the Golden Mile review options. I invite Ms. Chetwynd, Ms. Cately and Mr. Balfour to speak to the report.
Tēnā koutou katoa, a different face this time perhaps. I might make, we've got Beth here to help the conversation, and we have Ross Balfour, who you met previously as our newly minted transport manager, alongside him is Sharon Packerel, who's our project director for this project, and she'll be able to help us as well if you have any sort of more detailed questions. Chair, Mayor, with your permission, I might do a brief kind of introduction and summary and then leave it to you to and questions. Okay, thank you. Okay, so just as a bit of an outline for the paper, officers are seeking Council's direction today on the next steps on the Golden Mile project, specifically for the Courtney Place section, but for the Golden Mile project as a whole. Just to comment on the project, in the Golden Mile project is a corridor level intervention project approved by Council in 2021 when you approved the business case for the corridor intervention that was done for the benefit of some of our new members. It's deliberately designed as a transformational project, and that was the intention of the business case back in 2021. It aims to improve bus reliability, prioritise walking and cycling, and enhance the public space along the entire corridor. It's nestled in the wider strategic transport objectives relating to moving people more reliably on fewer vehicles, really reducing reliance on private vehicles, and improving PT and reducing carbon emissions. That's the kind of policy context in which the intervention sits when it was originally done. We're bringing this conversation to you today about the next steps because as we've been negotiating the details of the main contract for the Courtney Place work, significant cost escalation and delivery risks have emerged. In October this year, just a few weeks ago, we received a price from the contractor that was significantly over the budget that you approved back in 2021. The price for the Courtney Place section is now between $15 to $25 million more than what you approved, is what we're looking at. It's based on a mixture of fixed and variable pricing, which increases uncertainty, and we didn't expect that much variable pricing in the contract and when we were originally negotiating it. The current position taken by the contractor transfers a lot more risk to Council that we had anticipated, particularly with respect to the underground asset conditions and what we might find when we start digging up the road to see what might be under there. And the contractor is placing a lot more of that risk on us than we'd anticipated, and that's driving up the cost as well. So essentially, the current scope that we have will not be able to be delivered within the current budget that you approved for us to work within. We have done everything that you would expect of a reasonable negotiator and project manager to understand the cost and the risk that's before us before we ask the Chief Executive to sign the contract, and that's really why we're here today. Substantial value engineering has gone into this project to work out if there's anything we can not do or we can change scope to try and bring that cost down. We've had 3 goes at that with the contractor, and we've done a lot of work to try and sort that out. It's not got us to where we wanted to get to, unfortunately. We've had early contractor involvement affectionately known as an ECI phase, which is to try and get those contractors in so they can identify risk early along. We did that, but there's still risk that even through that phase that was identified, they're not willing to take on, particularly around the underground assets. We've also got a governance board for this particular phase of the project that's got a couple of external people on it that understand project negotiation, project risk and contract risk, and they have alerted this stuff to us very early on, which is helpful. So we're bringing this to you before we've even signed a contract, so there's nothing here that's signed at all yet. On the assumption that you don't want to terminate the project just yet without further consideration, we are looking for your direction on the nature and level of review you think is necessary to determine where to go to next with the project, given the costs are more than we expected. We've presented 4 options in the paper. The first 3 all assume that the project's scope, benefits and outcomes all remain the same, and we'll validate whether in a 2026 context compared to 2021 context, the project remains an effective way to achieve the objectives that you set originally for the project. The difference between options 1, 2 and 3 is the extent of economic analysis you want to undertake and also consideration of minor change. Option 3 allows us to consider economic impact analysis in the short and long term, to have a look at that. And it also enables us to look at minor scope changes that would still be possible whilst retaining NZTA funding, which is pretty critical. Option 4 assumes changes to the project objectives would be sought and examined. So that one is a complete relook at the business case with potentially different objectives, which will take us into a different space with respect to our strategic objectives around transport for the city and the wider region. Option 4 is a complete relook at the whole thing. We're recommending option 3. We think it's the best one that balances the scale of investment, the time needed, the cost incurred, and the impacts on levels of public uncertainty as we go through this process to figure out what to do. We're not recommending termination at this point because we think you'll need a bit more information on that to make that decision, and it wasn't possible to bring all that to you in the time frame. So we're not recommending termination just at this point. Couple of comments on, and I must say thank you, by the way, for all the questions. We had 56 questions on this topic, so thank you for all of that. We went through them in great detail. Something that came up in a few of your questions was this issue of integration with other projects in the area. I just want to make a comment on that, and specifically Harbour Quays. So the Golden Mile project is a corridor level intervention. When the business case was done back in 2021, there were multiple options examined to deliver on the corridor objectives. The business case at that time did not go into wider modelling of the impact of the corridor intervention on all the other initiatives that are going on in the city. And Harbour Quays, I understand, was not even alive at that point, was not a consideration. However, in December last year, when you were, those councillors who were here last training will remember you were considering whether to progress a full Wellington City Council transport plan. And while you decided against that, you did instruct officers at that time to continue with necessary work to do some modelling on the implementation of those projects in the LTP, including Golden Mile, model them in the context of some of the other projects in the centre city. And that work has been continued and done. And Vita might be able to explain a little bit about that if you have any questions. But really what we're saying is that if you take on option 3 and we look at the project objectives, we can still bring back some modelling of the impact of the project on the wider network for you as well to have a look at that point. Lastly, a comment on NZTA funding, which is pretty critical, and you've heard from the submitters today that it's pretty important. NZTA funding is based on the benefits it was willing to invest in from the last GPS 2021. Primarily public transport outcomes and walking and cycling from their GPS 21. They were the key things they were looking to invest in. The current GPS has changed. The current GPS does not show much interest in pursuing walking and cycling projects alone. It looks at walking and cycling as part of a wider economic benefit examination. So NZTA is not as interested in funding direct walking and cycling initiatives as it used to be. In addition to that, the funding for this project is coming from the public transport activity class, and that is way oversubscribed. What NZTA has said to us is if we retain the public transport and the walking cycling benefits that we have in the project, they will continue to support it and fund it despite the GPS changing. But they've also indicated that any significant change from those benefits, they will need to relook at the funding, and it might not. It will need to be reassessed with the new board at NZTA under the new GPS. So they're holding it for us now. They're holding it for us even though the GPS has changed. But if the benefits substantially change away from what they've intended and what they want to fund, the funding may disappear. So they have committed to working very closely with us as we go through the review if that's the decision that you take today. And we will make sure that happens. I think that's probably all I need to say. It's really over to you now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any questions for the officers? Yes. Should we just take an order? We've got to start with Deputy Mayor McNulty. Alicia will take an order of questions, so keep your hands up.
Yeah, look, there was some concerns raised from public submitters this morning that essentially the review would risk government funding if proceeding. I mean, you've basically alluded to it, but the review is actually quite explicit about finding ways to retain government funding whilst confronting the cost blowouts. Is that a fair summation?
Thank you, Councillor. The option 3 suggests that we review the current project objectives in light of current costs. So it's a 2026 look at a 2021 analysis. So if we are maintaining those project objectives and not changing the scope, NZTA funding is likely to stay with us. If we start to change those objectives or change scope substantially that the benefits NZTA does not see anymore, then that funding might disappear.
For work package 2, so can you, I made the note of it. So the 15 to 25 million is your best estimate of where we would be over to just do work package 2. Has there been any modelling for work package 3 as well?
Yes, but we did it on the same basis. So we've got detailed costings for work package 2, so we've got a very good understanding of what that looks like from a contractor's price. We've also estimated what the risk, if it fell solely on WCC in terms of the underground risk, and that's included in the 15 to 25. So there's some certainty in terms of the contractor's price, less certainty in terms of how much risk there is, but we think that's a pretty good guess to get you 15 to 25. We don't have any concrete information for work package 3, so that's just been extrapolated out. So it's the same numbers and the same percentages. So we're assuming that the same risks will come to play in the next work package, but that's not on an evidence base.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Young.
Thank you. So my question is about an obsession which began last triennium with former councillor Iona Pannett, which is about the removal of the bus stops outside the St James and the soon-to-be rejuvenated Reading cinema, which of course are major entertainment centres. So now the regional council has backtracked 80% on whether they want to remove them or not. And I'm just wondering, where do they fit into the significance of the funding being removed?
Great question, Councillor. Thank you. So one of the risks we've got with the project scope is that Councillor is right. Greater Wellington Regional Council is seeking reinstatement of some of the key bus stops along Courtney Place. What that is doing is changing the scope. What that might do is change the benefits in terms of the PT reliability and timeframes that we're seeking. So we need to have a look at what those changes, what the impacts are they going to be on NZTA's funding. That's what option 3 will allow us to do, to look at minor scope change to understand the impact on the benefits and therefore the impact on NZTA's funding.
Another question, yes, please.
Sort of related. So you said it wasn't possible to bring back an option to terminate the contract now because of the time frame. What does the time frame refer to?
So what I said was if you decide that you don't want to have an option to review and see what to do in light of the cost changes, one option is open to you is to terminate. We haven't given you information on what the implications of terminating the project will be today, and that will take some time for us just to go and work out what that looks like in terms of impacts on the contractual negotiations, where they're up to, on the LTP, on a whole range of other things that we'll need to bring back. So my reference to time was just to give us some time to do that for you, if that's the direction you want to go in.
Before today's meeting?
That's correct. Correct, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, my first question was just around if there was any end date to the funding that NZTA was currently providing. Do we need to sign a contract before any specific date in order to secure that funding?
So the current NLTP, which money's been held under, goes to 2027. There, I think, is generally an expectation that you have signed a contract or substantially progressed, but before the end of the period, and that is discretionary. So there is some discretion from NZTA if we're not hitting that mark as to whether or not they'll roll over, but it's not something we can formally commit to.
Can I ask another question? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, is that financial year, calendar year, 27?
Financial year, according to the team.
Okay, it's June to June.
Is that 30 June 2027?
June to June.
30th of June 2027.
Fantastic. Could I ask another one?
Yeah, go for it.
And in terms of the penalties that we would incur under suspension of the ECI agreement, there was a 40-day period here. The period that you're recommending for review is between 90 and 180 days. So I was just wondering if you could provide, given the costs weren't factored into the cost of the review, what that range could look like for councillors in addition to what we're committing to here?
Yeah, so there's a few aspects of consideration there. One is there is a suspension period, and it is something that we could possibly look to negotiate with the contractor if we believed that they were the right contractor to go forward. So what we're looking for here is direction from the council as to what a duration of a pause might look like, and then from there we'll be looking at what is the best option to take in terms of suspension or possibly changing the way we're approaching this contract. So we have council's best interests at heart. There is limited contractual mechanisms that we can use, so we'll be, figure with that particular contract, but there are other options available to us to decide what the best mechanism is to do these works if they were going to continue.
Okay, I can follow up.
Yeah, one more, and then
it was just so there's not a possibility to give a scope to what that might be if it was the preferred option that you've recommended.
The scope of the cost?
Yeah.
I think it would be better to discuss that in a non-public forum.
All right. Next, Councillor Calvert.
Thank you. Got 5 areas of questions. Just stop me, and I'm happy to go on the list.
We take the sort of up to 3 questions, and then if you've got more after that, we might just share it around a bit.
Yep.
Everybody gets to share.
No, that's fine. That's what I mean.
And
Yes,
then we'll resume after that.
Yeah, so my first question is, this whole project came out of Let's Get Wellington Moving, which hasn't had a great track record. So why has it taken this length of time to bring this to us? Because our council took it back over early 2024, and Mr. Singh told us in August that he had to find a way to re-engineer, value engineer roughly $20 million worth of costs then. Yeah. So I'm just wondering why, that was back in August and now we've got this. Is it the quality of the information or the work that came out of that Let's Get Wellington Moving team?
That's a big question. So, Councillor, you're right. This project has got a long history, and it did come out of Let's Get Wellington Moving. This council endorsed the business case in 2021. The funding for the project was under consideration in the LTP amendment earlier this year. So you then reinforced or reconfirmed the funding for it when the LTP amendment was done in this year sometime. After that, the effort to negotiate the contract was done in earnest. These things take a long time to negotiate. The re-engineering has to be done. That takes quite a while. The realisation that the price was not really going to meet the expectations that we have really only started coming out in October. So that's why we're bringing this to you now in your first meeting, because it was in October we received the price from the contractor, which really showed, the contract type they were proposing was both fixed contract and a measure and cost project contract, which again introduces risks that we weren't expecting. And they were showing us what the cost escalation on some of the core components of the job were. So it was really in October that we finally realised that this is really not going to be within the boundaries that we have, the cost boundaries. That's what's driving the timing, Councillor. It's not a short-term project, I understand. Yeah.
Thank you. And just, I wondered why officers included officer feedback from Greater Wellington Regional Council, but not the actual governing body of Greater Wellington Regional Council, because my understanding is that the council itself made a decision that it wanted to reinstate two of the bus stops, and their officers didn't support that. So I'm concerned that we've got one part of, we've got the management coming in from Greater Wellington, but not the actual governing part of the council.
Yeah. And we acknowledge that, Councillor. The reality is timing. We thought it was important to get some information from Greater Wellington, given they're such a key stakeholder here. And that letter that was sent by officers, which is only officers' view, does refer to reconsidering some of the bus stops. My advice to you would be that if you were of the mind that you wanted to not do a review but in fact to terminate this project, and we would therefore bring you back further advice, we would need to get some formal advice from Greater Wellington's official position, including elected members, on what that would mean for them and on impacts on the traffic network. Yeah.
Do you want me to carry on?
Right, one more.
Okay.
Yep, and then we'll be right.
When you talk about economic analysis, I get the sense that you're talking about the economic analysis of the actual project, not about any economic analysis about the impact on the local business community. Is that a fair?
So another great question, very fair question, because this stems from economic analysis that is done off the back of projects that are largely funded by NZTA, where we're looking at the economic impacts or the impacts of achieving the project objectives, which were transport ones. What we're suggesting here is that we would do some wider assessment under option 3 of economic impacts on the business community and on the residents in that area.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cowart. Councillor Tiefenbacher.
So first question is just really clarity around Deputy Mayor McNulty's question. The 15 to 25 million is just Courtney Place at the moment.
Yes,
is there an
that's right.
extrapolation out for the whole project? Because I believe that as part of the NZTA funding, we have to do the whole project.
That's correct.
So
yes.
we'll be getting the whole commitment.
Yes, so we included that in the Q&As released yesterday, so if you please bear with me. And it's complex because some of it, the water, for example, is funded solely by council, and NZTA's funding was done on a slightly different basis, so please bear with me. But our best guess for what the whole project will cost is now 200 to 220. Yeah.
And the original costing was?
The original cost was 160 including water. So those numbers include water. Water is 21.5, I believe, which is solely funded by council.
Okay. And the other question I have is with option 3, there's a $200,000 to $400,000, I think, expected cost on that. How much of that is just reallocation of council resources and how much of it is external expenditure? So in other words, extra money that the council are going to put in rather than just moving people around to different...
Primarily external would be my view.
Okay. So it'll be an external review?
Every option is an external review. We think that's really important. And obviously there's a cost associated with that.
Yep.
Staff will support the review, of course.
Cool. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything?
No, I was just going to reinforce the point, because it was raised in the Q&As, that the independence of the review is important and will happen. Yeah.
I'll just highlight the recommendation is an independent review. Right, Councillor Tiefenbacher, those are your questions? Yep. Next is Councillor Randall.
Thank you. Simple question, really. First of all, is if council decides to decline this report, what will the next likely actions be?
So if you decide not to take any of the recommended options, I think the next thing we will need to do, we'll still need some direction, because we can't proceed at the moment in good faith negotiation with the contractor when we know we haven't got the money from you. So we will need to come back with a next steps conversation, which will look at what the implications of termination might look like. You might give us some direction in your decision, but that would be, we'd have to come back. We couldn't just carry on.
Yeah. Or the alternative, if we didn't get direction today, I think we'd need to include both options, which is continuing also with the expected budgetary increase and the risks, more detailed risks. So we're really asking for some direction today as to where you would like to go, because so we can focus our efforts.
Of course. I mean, luckily with the new schedule, we've got lots of new meetings. So
we do.
Any more questions, Councillor Randall?
Yes. If the Harbour Quay, so just a flag, I've got an amendment looking at pausing Harbour Quays. If the Harbour Quay project continues, will the review redo the traffic analysis with the new assumption that the quays will only have 2 traffic lanes at peak time?
So let's ask Vida. Is Vida with us today? Yeah.
Yeah, Vida will be here.
Can you just repeat that question?
Yeah, so assuming the Harbour Quays project continues, will the Golden Mile review redo the traffic analysis given that the Harbour Quays project will have only 2 traffic lanes at peak time along the quays, and so there'll be a significant traffic diversion?
That is correct, that if the Harbour Quays project proceeds, we will have 2 lanes of general traffic at peak times and then bus lanes at peak times. During non-peak times, there will continue to be 3 lanes in each direction along the Harbour Quays, and we are currently working across projects to understand the modelling and the impacts on the general traffic network, with all of the different projects in the central city included. And since State Highway 1 project has now been made public, we're now also working closely with NZTA to include that into the modelling so we get a holistic view of the whole central city and the traffic network impacts.
Yeah, so that will be included in the review, will be based on that.
Just to be clear, the independent review will focus on the project objectives and the validation of that in the 2026 context, but the additional work Vida's team is doing on the modelling will be included in the advice back to you.
Okay, thank you. And secondly,
I think this is the third question.
Thirdly, thank you. Will consideration of the revised funding needed to continue the Golden Mile be included in the funding assumptions for other reports brought to us about funding?
Sorry, do you mean if we do need more money, does that come back into an LTP conversation? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, given that we're still waiting for the review to confirm the validity of the project, but at this point we have an increased funding requirement for continuing the project and we haven't stopped it. So is that funding assumption going to be included as part of the other funding discussions that we have to have over the next short term?
We want to make sure you have the best available information to make your decisions. I think I can be very clear on that. In saying that, we don't know, but we can commit to making sure that when funding decisions are brought to you, that we're giving you the best information that we can. That's going to depend on the direction that you give us today. It's primarily, but I think that's the best I can say there.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Rayner. We can come back to you if you have more questions, but right now I'll ask Councillor Al-Rubayi.
Thank you. I've got 3 questions. Can the officers give an assurance that the scope of the paper is to purely set up a review of current costs and assumptions of the Golden Mile project, but it does not include any or making decisions around whether to cancel the project or not?
Thank you, Councillor. So that entirely depends on your decision today. We are recommending option 3, which is a review of the current objectives in a 2026 context and an additional analysis of the economic impacts, to Councillor Calvert's point, and an additional look at what minor changes might be able to be done. That won't change the project objectives. That's reviewing it in current light of current costs. If you go option 4, that's a whole different ballgame.
Sure, thank you for that. And will the review also look at all options to make any changes or to reduce the cost and reprioritise? For example, areas such as Courtney Place, as it has come from the community quite strongly throughout the campaigns, that safety in Courtney Place is quite a concern. For example, reprioritising whilst keeping the NZTA funding, is that going to be an option in the review, or can you?
So I think, as I mentioned, we are working to the project objectives, which we set out in the paper. We want to revalidate those in the current light of current costs. If we're going to make changes to the design that's been done, that might change the project objectives and the benefits of the project against the objectives, which is where NZTA's funding starts to get worried. So we've committed to looking under option 3 at what minor changes might be able to be done. Safety might be able to come in there, but as soon as you start making major changes, you are putting that funding from NZTA at risk.
Thank you so much for that clarification. And one last one is, can officers provide assurances that the review in option 3 will be undertaken as fast as possible if we go ahead with that, given that costings will only go up from here, and hoping to deliver something for the community?
Thank you, Councillor. We completely understand the uncertainty that this brings for everybody. So absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Uribe. Councillor Compton.
I note that when we talk about the project, cycle improvements continue to be discussed. However, that was not a priority as part of the business case. Cycling wasn't mentioned. It was talking about public transport and pedestrian, not cycle. So as part of your value engineering, did you look at removing the cycleway completely, given it wasn't part of the business case as a priority?
Thank you. I might ask Sharon to come and talk to that point. She's been doing a lot of work with the contractor on the value engineering space.
Kia ora, councillors. No, we didn't de-scope the cycleway as part of the value engineering solutions. The cycleway was a key component of the design and the funding that council approved in 2023. And the link in Courtney Place is part of a broader council strategy for the bike network. So that as an opportunity could get retested in this review.
Thank you. I've got two more questions.
Let's go ahead.
I'd just like to acknowledge and appreciate officers bringing this decision to us early, so to not essentially lead to further cost blowouts on projects. So I'd just really like to acknowledge that. Thank you. And so I note that the project cost was going to be around 160 million is the budget. We're now looking upwards of 220 million. Has there been any consideration about where that 60 million could come from, if required, on top of the $85 million we also now need to find for the sludge minimisation blowout?
Thanks, Councillor. I think that's going to have to be at your next stage. We do need to have a think about that. Today is really getting your steer and direction on doing the review, and when the review comes back and we understand what its outputs are and what its recommendations are, including where we might go with budget, part of that conversation will be where does that come from.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is around the review and testing, I guess, retesting or remodelling the cost-benefit ratio with an additional cost. And equally, are we going to be testing, is the review scope to test the original benefits that were purported in the business case, such as 200 million plus for pedestrian realm benefits and a $15 additional charge for a glass of wine to sit outside without cars?
I'll ask Sharon to answer that one.
Yes, so that is the whole idea about re-looking at the BCR. So options 1 to 3 kind of grow in the new analysis. We feed into either the cost side of the equation and the benefit side of the equation. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Compton. Councillor, I'm going to councillors who haven't asked questions yet, then we'll come back for those who still have questions left. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you, Mayor Little. And kia ora koroa, thank you for the work on the report. I'm sure your staff have done plenty of hard hours putting it together. A couple of pretty simple questions. I am right in thinking that the wastewater infrastructure, the road surface and the pedestrian surface on Courtney Place is already beyond best practice where we should have renewed it?
Yes, you're correct.
And how would the disruption of doing that work compare with the disruption of doing this project here?
Sorry,
I can give it a go and Sharon can supplement. So it depends on what. The water renewals will be very disruptive. We included this, I think, in the Q&A. So just to recap on Wellington Water's advice is that, yes, those assets are end of life, but they're not a priority for replacement at the moment. So they were being done because it's we were opening up the corridor and it's opportunity to do that work whilst the corridor was open, but they weren't in the actual list of priority assets to replace. So our understanding is that to do solely the water renewals would still require a resource consent, and it would still require night works. And there would definitely be some disruptive impacts. It would probably be less, but it would still be significant. The other aspects, I will have to look to Sharon to understand what the impacts are for the streetscape, etc.
So there'd be varying levels of disruption based on exactly which assets you were looking to replace or renew. For example, replacing the paving and doing nothing else. The total duration of disruption would be shorter, but pedestrians would obviously still be impacted and have to be diverted away. But potentially the road wouldn't be closed. If you were to start layering, doing the paving at the same time as resurfacing the road itself, then you start to get comparable levels of disruption to the extent of work we're doing.
Thank you.
All right. Any more, Councillor Osborne? Yes. Yep.
Has there been any thought given to when you would do? I know that the wastewater pipe is not currently in the next 10-year budget, next 10-year plan, but has there been any thought about when you would do that road surfacing and that pedestrian surface improvements if this project was not to go ahead?
I think that will come back to our asset management planning, and we might have to come back to you and when that might be scheduled. But the asset management plan and the renewals program would drive that timing.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Osborne. Right, I think we're into round two of those who have more questions. So, Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, the first one was just whether I could have some more clarification about the range of 15 to 25 million that you provided. Are you able to put a probability or confidence on each of those ends?
Got that, Sharon? Not really.
We'd have to come back to you.
We could talk about the cost over.
Can we come back to you on that one? I think
I guess the issue that I'm trying to understand is how much of that is the financing of the cost in the fixed price contract that we are certain to see if we enter into a contract, and what proportion of that is sitting with the council that is a risk that may materialise.
Yeah. Can I just make one comment, please, around contract negotiations, because we're bringing this to you because at a very early stage in contract negotiations. We haven't sat down with a contractor. We haven't, put in our best team to try and negotiate a best price, because what we got back from them after many, many months of working with them was, in our view, not going to be sustainable, because we knew we were never going to get to the number we needed to get in order to come within the budget. But we need to be fair to the contractor that we haven't had those discussions on risk allocation in any great depth or on cost reduction. So whilst we're confident that we will not be able to reduce the price sufficiently, I don't want to, we have an obligation to act in good faith towards that contractor, and I don't want to indicate that they are sort of acting outside of any normal propriety, because we are bringing this conversation to you based on the risks that we are seeing.
Can I ask one more?
One more, thanks.
And just in terms of the report that's coming back, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, if we know this about the costing of the project, and that's where the main concern is around, I guess, are you expecting a significant change to the BCR that would change the advice that you're providing to us? Like, what information do we get as a council that puts us in a better position to be able to make that decision about whether we do allocate additional funding or not?
Yeah, I might get Sharon to answer that, but we are going to be testing the BCR because you have to, in terms of if costs have increased, your BCR is going to change. Mm-hmm. So you are going to get a different BCR potentially with increased costs. Sharon, anything else you wanted to add? So you would get that advice when we came back after the review. Yeah.
I guess I just note we're starting with quite a high BCR, so roughly about 6. So for every $1 of cost, the calculations from last year were showing we were returning $6 of benefit. As part of the review and the advice we'd seek from independent experts is, at what point does that number get, I guess, unpalatable, Different organisations have different thresholds, but that number could drop to 4, that number could drop to 1, without actually kind of going through the analysis. Can't really predict where it's going to end up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Now, we do have now two councillors who haven't asked questions yet, so I'm going to go to them. So, Councillor O'Brien.
Thanks for all your work on this. So in the council paper, it says that with options 1 through to 3, that there's unlikely to be a direct impact on the Waka Kotahi funding solely due to undertaking review. I'm just wondering if you could elaborate on what that level of risk is, and also how Waka Kotahi are wanting to work with the council during that review period. Thanks.
So thank you, Councillor. I think it's really hard, and NZTA found it hard as well, to give us some precise advice. They just can't. They are committed to the project in its current form, and they've held that funding from the last GPS to the current GPS, and the board has held that funding for us. We just need to keep them really close to in the tent. I can't give you a level of risk right now because we need to understand what changes we might be looking at, what the new benefit cost ratio is going to end up looking like, and that determines then how they will view it. They want to be positive and stay with us, but they still have a board that they have to go back to and demonstrate value for money and demonstrate the right outcomes that they're seeking. I just can't give you that kind of level of risk, but and they can't either. I guess that's the point. So the letter we included in the paper for you was their commitment to stick with us and work through and not hold their cards so close until the very end, so that we end up having a partner that might leave us at the very end of it. They'll be with us all the way through.
That's your questions, Councillor Ryan. Yep. Councillor Chung.
Great, thanks very much. I'd like to ask about the difference between option 3 and option 4. Now, with option 4, I understand, yes, it's going to cost a lot more to actually do a full business case, but the benefit of option 4, I see, is that it actually analyses the whole reason for actually doing this. And so do you think that something may come out of doing a full business case review to understand how things have actually changed since we first started looking at this? So could it be that other cities or other places are actually doing things a different way, and this may come out in a business case, whereas it may not come out when we look at option 3?
Thank you. Thank you. So option 3 will look, as I said, will look in current light of current costs and current risks. Do we still get the benefits that were expected in the original business case? And we'll state that up. Option 4, really, councillors, is a complete rethink of the project's objectives. So I'll go back to the comments I made at the start about this being a corridor level intervention. The decision was made to do a transformational project back at that time for this corridor. The objectives were set around walking, cycling and PT improvements and public realm improvements. If you go back to option 4, you're going back to potentially reset those objectives. And then that's going to put you in slight odds with the kind of more strategic regional objectives around bus priorities and around carbon emissions that the region has set for itself. So option 4 opens up a substantial project, and it really is back to the drawing board on what you want to do in the entire Golden Mile corridor, if anything at all.
So do you think that there's any advantage to doing that? And I'm always reluctant to spend more money, but I'm always afraid that if we don't look at something, we may miss a vital piece of information that we wouldn't otherwise find if we don't do a business case, because we're still looking at things the way the objectives that we actually had some years ago when we actually first started looking at this. But is there a possibility that things have actually changed in the world, that we could actually relook at some of these things and maybe decide, is that actually a good thing to be doing now, or is it better to broaden what we're doing? You know, I'm concerned that we may miss some vital information if we don't do this a full business case.
With all due respect, Councillor, I think that's actually an argumentative point. I'm not sure we can ask officers to tell us what arguments they like and they don't like. So I think
Thank you.
let's save that for the debate, perhaps. It's a valid point, but it's a point for debate as opposed to...
Okay, great, thanks. One last question.
Yes, go.
About the BCR. Now, when I looked at the BCR previously, a lot of the benefit was calculated on getting people to walk, so getting people to exercise more, so therefore the health benefit was actually calculated. But was it considered at that time that if it's not actually implemented, then people may they may not walk, they may catch a bus there instead, or they may decide to go somewhere else. So was that considered when calculating the health benefits, or the BCR?
Sharon, do you want to have a go at that one?
Very simply, the benefit side of the BCR equation has about 15 elements. So yes includes shifting people from cars into walking. It also had shifting people from cars to using public transport. It included a line also for, it was called a disbenefit for travel time. So it was recognised that private vehicles moving through the corridor would see some reduced efficiency there. So short answer, yes, it is calculated as a standalone metric. People choosing to use public transport instead of cars, as well as people choosing to walk instead of using their cars.
Thank you. Those are your questions, Councillor Chung. Thank you. We'll now go back to Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Cool, just 3 last questions. Firstly, I just want to do a clarification, as I may have had a point I made this morning actually incorrectly. So in Q&A number 65, we've asked about what are the current estimated costs for the GM project stages. We've said including work program 1, which was 4.4 mil, costs spent to date are currently 27 mil. So I'd potentially incorrectly classified that as a blowout. So can you just clarify what is work program 1 on budget?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, cool. That's good.
So that money includes all of the money spent to date, including under Let's Get Welly Moving.
Okay. Second question. So, Officer Chetwood, you did reference you're not coming to us for termination just yet in your comments, but can I just clarify, you've had no instruction or indication from this council that we are seeking termination?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, I guess if I'm reading a bit between the lines, are you essentially saying with option 4, we are almost guaranteeing that the project gets reviewed through the new GPS, which guarantees, ergo, a loss of government funding?
I think it will guarantee a review of the project through the GPS. I cannot comment on kind of what the board and the next GPSs will look like, but it will absolutely guarantee a review of the project through the GPS lens.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Calvert, can I just ask too that the questions be sort of focused on the paper and the review and the issues surrounding the review? Otherwise, I'm inclined to close off question time if we sort of stray too widely. Councillor Calvert.
Look, officers, you've mentioned about you're doing some integrated modelling work. You don't have to provide us just right here, but are you able to provide us with an outline of the scope, what resources being allocated, and what population growth numbers are you using? Is that possible?
Thank you. Should we see if Vita can give us something on that? Otherwise, we could come back.
I'm happy to come back something in writing as opposed to here, but I just want to know, is that possible for us to get that before any, if we go ahead with the review, before any decision that we can get that?
Absolutely.
That would be great. Thank you.
We'll provide that,
What concerns do have officers about this particular project in terms of the handover from the quality of the work from Let's Get Wellington Moving?
That's a tricky one to answer, Councillor, because I wasn't part of the previous Let's Get Wellington Moving. What I am seeing through conversations that you've invited me into with some of our other stakeholders around the city is there are concerns around just the way the Let's Get Wellington Moving program was handled and the impacts of the projects that it delivered on our community now. And I think all I can say is we just need to be cognizant and keep learning from what Let's Get Wellington Moving did, including your observation about the analysis of the impacts of projects on transport outcomes versus wider outcomes in the city. So there are lots of things to learn from Let's Get Wellington Moving. The 2021 business case was signed off by council, so that must have been at an acceptable level when it was approved by council. And I think all we can do going forward is making sure we're bringing the right information to you that you need.
Thank you. That's all.
Right, we have a councillor who hasn't asked a question yet, Councillor Foon. I'm going to ask Councillor Foon to ask her questions, who will be beamed in from the ether. Oh, here we go. We have a representative for Councillor Foon. Here we go. No, she's...
Councillor Foon. Oh, apologies. Hopefully you can hear.
No apology required, and we can hear you loud and clear. No.
With the review, will one of the objectives be to bring back solutions on how to achieve the project? Because at the moment I'm hearing how to not achieve the project. In terms of solutions like staging it, or redesigning the infrastructure to achieve the outcomes?
Thank you, Councillor. I think we do need to be realistic about what the review can actually achieve for us, given we need to progress quickly and get this done. The core intent, Councillor, is to test the objectives against the current costs in light of what's going on today. We will be able to look at, as I said, minor changes. As far as staging and things, I can't give you a definite answer on that right now. I think we need to prioritise getting the review to you and revalidating the project. I think that's the most important thing.
The only thing I would add, Councillor Foon, is that we have very clear direction from NZTA that anything that is more than a minor change will trigger a review under the new GPS, and we have concerns that that may mean that most, if not all, of the funding is at risk, and therefore for that basis we are trying to be realistic about what the scope of changes could be on the basis that that funding is wanting to be retained. If the council wanted to fund the whole project with no funding from NZTA, that would be quite different. We would be giving them a very different answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Foon, are those your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go back to Councillor Young.
Thank you. So the Minister of Transport has expressed some fairly robust views about various transport projects around the Wellington region. Has he expressed any views on the Golden Mile?
Not specifically that I'm aware of. He may have politically, but not that I'm aware of, Councillor.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Randall.
Thank you. The review is going to re-look at the benefit-cost ratios, as you outlined, and the project was put together on the basis of a let's get Wellington moving, overall objective of moving more people with fewer vehicles. However, the modelling that's been done for the Golden Mile project actually has fewer people coming into town, and roughly 6 million fewer vehicle trips into town. Will the modelling include the disbenefit of having fewer people coming into Wellington as a result of this project?
Sorry, is that Vita, is that something you can comment on, or is that... Because there's two things here. There's the modelling of the impact of the Golden Mile project on the wider network, and there's the review, which will just look at revalidating the project objectives within the corridor. So,
once again, I was getting my team to answer Diane's question, so I didn't hear the question which was posed.
It's given there are fewer people coming into the city now compared to perhaps when the original modelling might have been done. Are we going to model that the fewer people coming into the city?
No. Given the modelling showed that there will be fewer people coming into Wellington due to the Golden Mile project, will the modelling benefit cost analysis include the disbenefit for fewer people coming into Wellington due to the Golden Mile?
Okay, it might be more. That's quite complex. Is it maybe, Sharon? That's something that you can have a go at. Yeah.
I mean, if you want to take it offline, then we can take it.
Would that be all right? I think we need to.
Yeah. Councillor Randall, I'm just conscious we would like to make a decision today. That's all.
So,
do you have more questions?
Yeah. Two more simple questions. If the Golden Mile review comes along and says that the project is viable, what would the next steps be following that?
Okay, great question. So the next steps will be, we'll come back to you, if you decide to do option 3, we'll come back to you with the results of that review. That's going to give you a sense of how the project stacks up in terms of the benefits and the costs. Then there'll be a decision that you'll need to make around whether or not you want to proceed on that basis. So it's not going to say, yes, you should do it, or no, you should don't. It's going to give you a revalidation of the costs and benefits and the objectives. It will be your decision if that works for you.
And so I suppose that you give the same answer if the project finds that the project is not viable as well.
Absolutely, and then we're in different territory.
Of course, thank you.
Yeah.
And Councillor Compton? I think unless there's any more questions, I propose to close it off there. So, Councillor Compton.
Thank you. Can I just check that the scope of the review could factor in the changes to the bus stops in terms of the Reading and St James, given the impacts that would have on the pedestrian realm benefit?
So again, if you go to option 3, we mentioned we can include looking at minor scope changes and the impacts of that on the project, and most importantly on the funding. So yes, we will have a look at that, but we can't introduce major scope change. We're looking at the sort of minor scope change, otherwise we are going to lose NZTA's funding pretty quickly.
I understand. Also, will the modelling take into account and the review take into account the proposed State Highway 1 changes and what that would do to traffic both on the Harbour Quays, down the Golden Mile and through Kara Drive?
So revalidating the project objectives against current conditions, it won't go there, but the modelling that Vida was talking about earlier will go there.
Okay, thank you. And can I just also ask, despite this being slightly outside of this, there's a number of integrated projects on the Golden Mile project. Will you be retesting the benefits on those projects on the assumption that the Golden Mile goes ahead or not goes ahead?
It's probably the same question, really. So the scope of the review is looking at the corridor only, and what is the best, is the current project the right way to get the benefits that was expected? Your question's really going to the wider modelling that we've talked about earlier. Yeah.
Supplementary. I mean, it's likely we're going to get asked to approve some other projects that are integrated within this wider program, such as Cuba Street, Dixon Street, Harbour Quays. I'm just wondering, there is a major integration here between the Golden Mile, and those decisions are predicated on the Golden Mile going ahead.
So if you weren't here for last year's decision, but the council was quite clear it wanted staff to do that modelling on projects that are in the LTP. So that's the work that Vida is running. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. If that's all the questions, that's been a good session there. I anticipate the debate on the motion is going to take more than half an hour. I'm reluctant to interrupt that debate. So I propose that we adjourn for lunch now and we resume at 1 p.m. and then we can pick up the moving of the motion. I understand Councillor Randall will have an amendment and we can have start the afternoon with a good debate. I therefore adjourn the meeting. and as promised, we'll resume the meeting. I'm now going to move the report. I thank officers for their responses to the questions this morning and indeed to the written questions that were provided last night. I had asked officers to provide advice on a review and to make recommendations to council for that. The reality is, for this council in Wellington City, we are between a rock and a hard place. So we have a project that's very important to the city and to a lot of people in it and who have high ambitions for it. But a project that we know is the costs of which are increasing. The previous council got an indication about cost increases, and in the answers to questions we've now heard of significantly more cost increases. And the reality for this council is, for a whole bunch of reasons, but not unrelated to other large projects that have gone completely over budget, the reality is this council is financially constrained. We have to be responsible when we are considering projects that are a big cost and where we know the cost risk is growing, as it is with this one. On the other hand, we also have a commitment through a range of obligations that we have, but commitments that this council has made historically about responding to and adapting to climate change, about reducing emissions, about making the city more presentable, particularly the centre of the city, the inner city, more presentable, easier to move around, about improving public transport. So we have all of those objectives and we have our constraints. I'm conscious of one of the messages that came from the presentation from our whanaunga at Ngāti Tuarangatiri yesterday. And they, Matua Rawiri made a very important point, which is about not focusing on the what, but focusing on the why. Why do we do this? And I think there are some good whys that underpin the Golden Mile project. But as I said before, the reality is we have constraints. I think it's important that before we make any decision about the Golden Mile, that we are well informed with accurate information. I think it's clear from the answers to the questions that officers are doing the best with the information that they've got, but there hasn't been a methodical or systematic reappraisal of the assumptions or the information on which the original decision was based. And we owe it to Wellingtonians, I think, to do a proper job and being properly informed about the project. And it may well be that as a consequence of the review, we're able to focus more on the why, not the what. And it's possible that it might lead to alternatives. We know that the financial risks of the Golden Mile project are not just the fiscal risk to the council of bearing the full risk of any cost increase. There's the risk, as officers have said, if there is material change or substantial change, that the Crown funding so far pledged is put at risk as well. But we don't want to be in the position where, in order to hold on to Crown funding, that we make no change and we commit to a path that is just going to add substantially to our debt burden, because Wellingtonians don't want that. So I think this approach of conducting a review is a way forward that allows us to consider the issue with good, accurate information and allows us to make a future decision. I'm very clear, agreeing to the review is not determining an outcome. It's about giving us an information base to make a decision about the future, which is, I think, the approach we should be taking at this point. So that's the basis on which I move the report. Can I ask for a seconder? Deputy Mayor McNulty, do you wish to speak?
I'll reserve my right.
Okay. I'll call on Councillor Randall to speak at this point.
So, yes, I'd like to move an amendment. I was wondering if officers could put the amendment up around pausing connected independent projects.
While we're waiting for that, I should have pointed out that the technology problems have been fixed. So, or have I spoken too soon? Councillor Foon and Pauiwi Kelly are participating through the Teams process, so just so you know.
Maybe just continue to speak.
Oh, here we are.
We'll get it on all this.
All right. Councillor Randall, do you want to, well, we have the, because we have the opportunity for questions for officers at this point, is that right? So, until we see the amendment, we can't really focus on it. Right. We now have the amendment. That's your amendment?
Yes.
Councillor Randall? All right.
That's correct.
Do you have questions, or does anybody have questions?
No,
for
I
officers?
don't. I mean, I've circulated it to members yesterday, and if there's any questions from members, I'm sure there's.
I think we've had questions to officers that touched on your amendments.
About the amendment.
So unless there's any other questions specifically about this within the scope of Councillor Randall's amendment, are there any such questions? Councillor Abdulrahman?
Question.
Yes. Okay. Yep. So which officers are going to answer those questions? Go.
Yeah, I should note that I did request officer advice, but nothing specific was returned back to me or us.
Okay.
So.
All right.
Well, I never saw anything unless it's just arrived.
Okay. All right. Councillor Abdulrahman.
My question would be, will Councillor Randall's amendment complicate the discussion you officers have with New Zealand TA, especially around Mount Victoria, second Mount Vic Tunnel, and other projects that you're currently having a discussion with in New Zealand TA?
Not particularly complicated, but we are working, as I spoke about earlier, across all the projects, understanding how they work together. So that would mean that we would have to stop that work as well.
So if this amendment passes, what it means for for the current consultation that you planned on Harbour Quay?
It really depends on the length of the review, but we would not be consulting as planned because we would have to wait and stop work on the project now and then start it up again once we're ready.
Chairman, Mr. Edwin, did you want to?
I might add, I think one of the advice that was supposed to come to you, but I'm not quite sure what happened.
So just to be clear, there is advice that was arrived 1 minute before the meeting arrived.
Okay.
Started. So we have all got it. If you want to look in your emails,
Fantastic.
And it'll be added to the Q&A. I'm just going to reading it now. So.
Yeah, through.
Could we perhaps just have a summary of that advice?
Yeah, do you want to do that? Because I think it is important that you hear it, because it does go to the need for the Harbour Quays work anyway, despite what happens with Golden Mile at all, and the fact that Golden Mile is at capacity already in terms of buses, and so the Harbour Quays work needs to carry on. But we wrote that more eloquently.
The question I had was, to what extent is the Harbour Quays project has its own discrete objectives that are independent of the Golden Mile project?
Yeah. So both the Harbour Quays and the Dixon Street upgrade project are independent, but of course complement each other as well. The Golden Mile is already at peak times at capacity, or over capacity at some times as well. So the second spine is also helping with the current situation on the Golden Mile and trying to get us down to that 50 to 80 buses per hour at peak times instead of the 100 we are reaching at the moment, so that the Harbour Quays will do that independently and help take the pressure off the Golden Mile that is currently causing delays. Sam, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Kia ora, councillors. Cole Smith again. I'm the Group Manager of Metlink from Greater Wellington Regional Council. So just really to confirm what Vida said in terms of the Harbour Quays project is largely independent from Golden Mile, and as Vida said, the importance of it is to enable some additional capacity for buses to reduce the congestion that will come along the Golden Mile. We are doing work on the modelling has been talked about in terms of the overall transport system, in particular Harbour Quays and the State Highway 1 project, and we'll continue to be looking at the city and the round in terms of all of those projects.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Abdulrahman. Did you have any other questions? Those are your questions, Councillor Calvert.
While we've got Greater Wellington here, I hope you don't mind, but what population numbers are you using to model off? Population growth numbers?
As Vida said earlier, it is, we haven't got separate modelling, the modelling's happening together, so it's one lot of modelling, and I think Vida was going to respond to that question following the meeting, but
Yeah, so we're working with the Wellington Analytics Unit. They're doing the modelling for us together with some consultants, and I'm just getting that information for you at the moment. But my understanding is that it is based off the Stats New Zealand, and then in some areas they've zoomed in more with the Sense partners where we're seeing growth.
So you're relying on this piece of modelling, which is not. When's that coming out?
So the Wellington Analytics Unit, and Sam, you can probably talk more to this than I, but it's funded across the region and by NZTA, us, Greater Wellington, and the other councils around the region. So it's a constant model that's sitting there, and when we have projects, we go in and ask them to understand that future state. So that's the model that we will be updating with all of these projects together.
But when will we have an idea of it? Because I'm just wondering if you're using this to do part of the review, if the recommendation goes through about reviewing the Golden Mile, but then you want to carry on with the Harbour Quays, but we haven't done the updated modelling yet. So I'm just trying to get in my head, when is this updated modelling information available?
Yeah, and that's exactly why we pushed out the consultation on the Harbour Quays, was because when the State Highway 1 became public, it meant that we could then include that into the base model. So the team is working on it at the moment, and we're currently expecting to have it early 26 once you're back from the summer.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Councillor Tiefenbacher.
Sorry, just a couple of questions. So the consultation for Harbour Quays won't happen prior to that analytical data coming out?
No.
Okay, cool. And my next question is, so just from the note that we got from officers, Dixon Street isn't primarily a cycleway plan, but when the funding got asked for the $800,000 that was used for doing the design for Dixon Street last year, one of the drivers of getting that across the line earlier was around the fact that we needed to have it completed in time for the Courtney Place cycleway to go somewhere, and that was what actually the councillors said during this meeting. So I'm just wondering, how come the council was asked to vote on something that's a $7 million expense if we do it, with the understanding that it was an inherent part of the cycleway, but now we've been told it's not primarily a cycleway, because I don't think the council necessarily would have voted $7 million just to tidy up the street.
So the genesis of the Central City Upgrades program, which includes a number of projects, there's the Dixon Street upgrade, there's the Cuba Street, it was called a Cuba Street pedestrianisation at the time of the LTP, but we've gone back further than that and they're talking about more doing a co-creation of a vision for the street. So that's gone much more back to a vision and ideation stage. And then the third one is the cross-city bike connection, which is a pure bike connection, and there were two routes talked about at that stage to bridge the gap between the infrastructure that's been built the last 4 years, and especially Te Aratupua when that comes online from the north. So that's an east-west connection and a north-south connection through the central city. I can't remember exactly what was said in the meeting that you're referring to, but the Dixon Street has always been around taking the temporary installation that is opposite Te Aro Park or south of Te Aro Park and upgrading that to a permanent solution. And then we are also connecting through to Willis Street with a cycleway, but that is a very small amount of the budget.
But does a requirement for there to be a cycleway disappears if Courtney Place does not go ahead with the cycleway? Because the reality is it looks as though the numbers are going to come back as a very large number, and we may need to review the project. And one thing that would probably make a hell of a lot of people happy was if we remove the cycleway aspect out of the Courtney Place area, especially the businesses. If that was to occur, the design work we're doing on Dixon Street now would sort of be irrelevant or need changing yet again. So that cycleway aspect to Dixon Street, is it currently a really big driver for that project?
No, it's not. The driver is around that street upgrade, which is a shared space. That section doesn't have a dedicated cycleway in it at all in the current design. So, but it's always your prerogative and decision, and it's you that make those decisions about how we change those projects when they come before you at the appropriate time.
All right, Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Cool. Just looking at the advice from lunch. So saturation point on the Golden Mile is 124 buses in 2034. So that's a while off, but current we're heading up to 99 in peak, and you're saying the optimal on the corridor is 50 to 80. So I guess the first question is that the Golden Mile, is it operating already as an efficient transport corridor for our bus network at all times?
Thanks, Councillor. So at all times, no. So in the peak currently, and you will have observed it if you've been down there, there are already buses stacked up. Yeah. And so it is necessary for us to establish a different corridor.
This is a very silly but simple question. And the impact of those bus stacking is slower bus journeys through the Golden Mile corridor as it is?
Yes, that's right. Slower bus journeys, and it affects other traffic as well. Yeah, and means connection points aren't necessarily made. And ergo that necessitates the need for another transport spine to relieve that congestion that's already being faced on the corridor as of today. That's correct. And the other point I would add in relation to that is that in terms of the State Highway 1, the RONS project the NZTA's got, they have assumed that the harbour keys will be in place in terms of managing some congestion around that construction time. So.
Cool, thank you, Sam.
All right, thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Matthews.
Yeah, similar to Deputy Mayor McNulty's question, the Harbour Quays project is not predicated on any population growth, is it?
No, it's not, but we are seeing passenger increases. So that's the Metlink data that we've been using for that.
Those your questions, Councillor Matthews? Yeah. Councillor Randall.
Yes, in terms of this combined modelling that's due to be reported back in 2026, will that modelling assume the Golden Mile project is constructed, or will it not assume it's not constructed?
So those will be some of those variants that we will different projects, and then you can look at, depending on how many projects are completed, what are the effects on that network. So yes, there'll be one model where we're assuming that it is completed in full.
Your questions, Tony. Councillor Randall. Councillor Compton.
Thank you. Did you consider removing all private vehicles from the Golden Mile during peak times to improve public transport timing?
Sorry, so you're going back into questions of how the single stage business case was developed?
Well, if the Golden Mile is predicated on speeding up passenger numbers, and if our review comes back and says it's unaffordable, what are the cheaper alternatives to speed up public transport so the harbour keys wouldn't be required?
So, can I just clarify, at this point the question should relate to the amendment? So we're talking about harbour keys and Dixon Street Cycleway.
Thank you.
Councillor, can I just ask you to confine your question to those issues?
Can you come back to me?
Yeah, sure.
Thanks.
Yep. Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. Thank you. I understand the BCR for Harbour Quays varies somewhere between 2.9 to north of 13 if there's some degree of mode shift. What would be the impact on that BCR if, say, for instance, the Golden Mile was to be halted?
That's all part of the work that we're doing at the moment now. We have also the State Highways work online, and with this review that was announced, I can't answer that right now, but it will be information which comes back in the new year.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Osborne. Councillor Compton, you revised your question, or we can come back to you a little later if that's still...
No, I could ask it now. So the Harbour Quays assumes the Golden Mile is at saturation, yes?
The Harbour Quays is definitely required in order to prevent the Golden Mile getting to saturation, but that's not to say it doesn't have a benefit ahead of it being at saturation.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Tiefenbacher. Right. If there are no other questions, Councillor Randall, I get you to address your amendment.
Yes, thank you, councillors. First of all, I want to note that I do support the review, and I support the review with option 3. I'm also very supportive of improving public transport. I've been a champion for improved public transport in Wellington, especially the Wellington bus service, for over 20 years, and it's my incredible disappointment that that's not been supported by investment over that period. However, we have to recognise as we go forward that we have one road and pavement network, and that changes in one place directly affect other places, even if it's just in terms of diverted traffic. Therefore, it's my belief that transport planning needs to be joined up. We need to do a Wellington transport plan, and I know that we have suffered because we've had projects that are disconnected, things that happen one after the other. We really don't know what's going to happen. The Harbour Quays project is planning to come back to us as a business case in early February. But how are we going to know whether it's going to work? I did hear that bus patronage, the claim that bus patronage has increased, and so there's pressure on the Golden Mile. But that's completely contradicted by the Metlink's own performance report. It literally states, and I'll quote it here, in September 2025, September bus passenger boardings were 3.5% lower than the same month last year. And the year-to-date boardings are 1.1% lower than last year. Yes, we're running at pretty heavy capacity, I'm not saying that. The Golden Mile has always done that. It's done it for near on 20 years. And yet we're going to have a project to finally change it, yet we've got other projects, especially the Golden Mile, that's now under review. I also have to note that the Golden Mile project deliberately removed the requirement to increase bus capacity as an objective. It's not an objective of the Golden Mile project. The Golden Mile project is not a bus priority project, it's a walking and cycling project that maintains the bus capacity that's already there. And that's the consequence of why we've got to find bus capacity. If we have a review and other options that become available, and I do believe there are other options to increase our bus capacity without taking the keys that have not been explored, that we should look at all of those things. All options should be on the table and the planning should be joined up. The same for the Dixon Street cycleway. There is no urgency for this, so I ask for your support for this amendment because we need to have joined up planning if we're going to do this properly. Thank you.
Speak to the motion? Yep, go for it.
So like Tony, I do support this amendment and I will support the option 3 for the review as well. My preference would be option 4 because I think the business case needs a total review, but I think there's no appetite for that in this room, and I think I do want to see the review take place. I do want us to see as a team, work as a team for as long as possible, as I said earlier in my maiden speech. For me, the reality is though, Dixon Street got sold to the councillors as needing to be done sooner rather than later because of the Golden Mile completion, having a cycleway coming off it and leading on to Dixon Street. We've seen the drafts of the plans, and I think there are issues within those plans that actually create safety issues that would need to be addressed anyway. But I think the concept of spending $7 million on a 300-metre stretch of road in the inner city is very unpalatable for me and also for a lot of our ratepayers. And I'd say that, and for a council that's talking about wanting to be focused on trying to keep costs down and make things more affordable in Wellington, unfortunately, I feel as though if we carry on spending $800,000 on design work, when we could halt it, which would actually probably pay, the money we'd save there would probably pay for the whole of the review we're doing on the Golden Mile itself. I think that's a much better option. If we need it to be done afterwards, then that's fine. There's still a lot of time before Dixon Street would be required should we continue on with the Golden Mile just as it stands. So I don't see it really as a loss to put this current design on hold. We may want something different out of the design. So in other words, if we don't have a cycleway requirement within that design, that may change what we're asking the designers to design for. And I think we should be doing things at best value for our city, but also in a best manner for our city. So we're not against progress, we're not against better outcomes. As Tony said, I think one of the other realities is, at the moment, the Golden Mile, if we were to put timed private vehicle bans on the area, we could very easily increase those bus movement times to a place whereby harbour keys may come into question. And as we know, we haven't yet got confirmation that harbour keys is required as such. I don't really see where the analysis has come from that just yet, and we're doing more analysis. And I do think we need a more integrated focus on how we do transport across the whole city. And at this point, to this point in time, our focus has been forcing people out of cars rather than actually designing best practice. And we've been doing that since Let's Get Wellington Moving was founded. I think we need to make a substantial change to the way we think, because our job is to work in the best interest of Wellingtonians, and that I don't think is necessarily the way we're designing things at the moment. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Councillor Tiefenbacher. Are there any other contributions to the debate? Deputy Mayor McNulty.
Look, I'll speak very shortly. Councillor Randall is right that there is a need for a transport plan in Wellington, and I think there is support from pretty much unanimously around the table to see that happen. But I think the comments, certainly for me during Q&A from Metlink, cement that there are already corridor capacity issues on the Golden Mile. The buses are already slower than they should be. I spent a fun 70-minute journey from Johnsonville to Newtown on Tuesday as we made our way to the zoo. 40 minutes of that constrained through the Golden Mile corridor and the northern suburbs. If we want people to use our public transport system, we are going to have to improve its frequency and reliability. And I just cannot steer away from the advice that was given to us directly in the eyes from Metlink that the Golden Mile capacity and corridor is not operating at optimum levels. It will continue to face pressure. There may be some pressures, downward pressures that we're seeing right at this moment, but that doesn't fundamentally change the fact that it is over capacity. So I just can't see a correlation to pause the Harbour Quays project or a strong argument at this point when we have those issues already in front of us.
Deputy Mayor McNulty. Can I just then add, by way of contribution to the debate, notwithstanding Councillor Randall's devotion to this particular issue, the reality is the council has had advice about the Harbour Quays and the need, if we're going to improve public transport, certainly reliability, the importance of the Harbour Quays development. We know from the announcement about the State Highway 1 project last week that there is an expectation that there will be progress on the development of Harbour Quays. That's still further down the track, and I therefore don't see the need to bring that within the scope of the review that is the subject of the motion that this amendment seeks to amend. The other aspect is on Dixon Street. Further decisions about the progress of the Dixon Street project are yet to be taken by this council, principally the Regs Committee, and so there is an opportunity to make sure that any further progress of that project is aligned to what we do in the review. On that basis, I'm opposed to the amendment. Are there any other contributions to the debate? Councillor Calvert.
I just thought I'd bring in another viewpoint. Look, I do support this. I mean, at the end of the day, no one, look, it's a question of whether it's cycling or whether it's about public transport or it's a vehicle impact, but we have to be really careful about how we're using our ratepayers' money, and particularly now. And I just think we are putting more money at risk when we've heard that officers are actually still undertaking integrated modelling. We're hearing that they are still looking at other factors such as population growth statistics and doing all of that as well. And so it would make sense to me that we need to make sure we've got our ducks in a row. And I don't think if you don't support that, you're ensuring that we don't have all our ducks in a row when we're trying to make decisions using ratepayers' money, because that's what it is. The Harbour Quays is being funded from ratepayers. I don't think there's very little NZTA funding in that, and the same with the Dixon Street work as well. So I appreciate that those are sort of coming back to us in various forms, but I just think we've got to start making more holistic, cohesive decisions, and this is an opportunity to factor that in, given that we are doing a significant review on a piece of work that is integrated with these other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carver. Councillor Compton.
We have many projects going on the go in Wellington City Council, and good program management recognises it, and great program management manages it. Proceeding without a plan with the Golden Mile, to me, does not build trust in our communities, and therefore I'm supporting Councillor Randall's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Compton. Any other contributions to the debate? If there's not, I'll put the amendment. Oh, sorry. Oh, right of reply. Sorry, Councillor Randall, you have a right to reply.
Yes. So thank you. I'm a bit concerned about the contradiction that we want to go towards having joined up planning. The Mayor, in moving the motion, outlined one of the key points of the review is that there may be other options may become apparent. I'm also conscious that we haven't really factored into the debate what was going to happen with the huge investment that's going to be put forward by the government in the tunnels upgrade, let's call it. I want to reiterate that the Golden Mile is running the way it's always run, and therefore there isn't a specific urgency. There's actually fewer people, according to Metlink's own statistics, running on the corridor as ever. And I also am very keen to note that this morning a participant pointed out 35,000 bus passengers per day go along our corridor. It's the busiest piece of public transport infrastructure probably in the country. And us trying to proceed and fix this with a $10 million budget is quite frankly pathetic and really substandard. And one of the opportunities I think we may be missing by not by going ahead as outlined is the opportunity to perhaps put more money into a bus improvement system where other options become possible. And so I do encourage you to really consider your vote towards this. I really think that we want to get to next June, July with the annual plan and a lot more information and a lot more understanding around with the new councillors that we have an ability to have a joined up vision for Wellington transport, that we know what success looks like, and also we know what the barriers to success look like, and most particularly we know what the money is going to be like. And so I want the very best outcome for our transport service, and I just the reason I put up this is really to complete the review motion that's before us, so I fully support the review. So I do urge your support, and lastly, I'd ask if we can have separate votes on 9.1 and 9.2. Thank you.
Right, so what's the story on separate votes? Okay. All right, so we've now had a request for separate votes. So I'll now put then, 9.1. And ask for the vote on 9.1. Is mine being recorded? Oh. So that motion is, the amendment is lost. All right. 9.2, we now put 9.2. And that amendment is also lost. All right, so we return to the substantive motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion as originally put? Yes, Councillor Al-Rubai.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to make my debate for the recommended option by the officers on the review of the Golden Mile, and I'd just like to also thank you for all your work and for bringing this advice to us nice and early. The Golden Mile, and this is just to give the community, I guess, peace of mind of where I stand along from the election until now. The Golden Mile from Courtney Place through to Lambton Quay is a vital asset for Wellington. Anchors our retail, hospitality, our entertainment in a compact, walkable city centre. There's no question, absolutely, that the heart of our CBD needs attention, especially Courtney Place, which requires safety improvements and a refresh to support businesses during tough economic times. We know the merits of this project, improving public spaces, boosting transport efficiency and reducing emissions. And I see that this review is not about abandoning these goals. It's about ensuring we deliver them responsibly. I have always supported the Golden Mile in principle, and I just want to be very clear that throughout the election, I was very clear throughout the election that I'd be making choices based on values, but sensible ones to that, and at the same time of that, and to ensure good governance is at play. But the reality is the cost estimates are years out of date with the new information that we have now, and the risk of locking into inflexible, expensive contracts is too great. And we are responsible to Wellingtonians. Wellingtonians have made it very clear, no more cost blowouts, be sensible. The review will give us the accurate, up-to-date information so decisions are based on real numbers, not assumptions, so that we can make informed decisions. Residents and businesses deserve certainty, not runaway costs, and that is why this review is absolutely essential, and we need to get it right before moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor McNulty. Sorry, you were actually before, Councillor, but I didn't see your hand. Oh, okay. Oh, you're not on that speaking list? All right. Anybody else? Okay. Councillor Calvert.
I think, look, everyone wants work done on the Golden Mile. It's a question about what is actually done and what is a priority. So I think it's just really important to note that. We want it to be a vibrant area for our businesses, for people moving around in the area, in particular for pedestrians and patrons of those businesses. But I will take. I just want to talk about. Some people have. Some groups have been called naysayers because they have been raising concerns for quite some time, which have been proven now. And the naysayers are the actual people who say, "Don't worry about the cost increases. Don't worry about what we don't know about the pipes underground. Don't worry about integrated planning." They're the naysayers. Now, finally, we're hearing that there are issues, like a lot of us have been saying for years, is that you've got to understand what's the work on the pipes. The contractor is obviously saying, we're not taking that risk on board. So, having this review is finally, I think, also acknowledgement for some of those concerns that have been raised by a lot of people in Wellington. Because it's, at the end of the day, again, it's ratepayers' money. So I'm very happy to support the money for the option 3. I won't support it being debt funded. For too long, we've been putting operating costs onto debt. That is not operating funding. You need to use it from the rates, not be funded from debt. So I won't be supporting that, but I will be supporting option 3. And look, and I think we can take some comfort from the government in terms of them being flexible about adjusting some of the NZTA contribution, because as you've probably seen in the paper this week, we had Minister Bishop being able to move money from Kaunihera to put in a cycle and bike path. So look, I'm pretty confident that I'm sure things can be arranged, and I think we should let the review take place and see what is best for our city now and into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Councillor Chung.
About a year or two ago, we discussed the Golden Mile as well, and we went to the government to talk to them about the subsidy and how.
Chung, can I just ask you, please keep your comments focused on the resolution as it appears?
Yep.
I think we've had a fair amount of the history. We just now need to consider the resolutions that are before the council. Thank you.
Okay, I absolutely support a review of this. The central government has also said that they will support this, but they want it to become cheaper. They want us to look at making it cost less, and they also said that we have to consult with businesses. We have to work with the businesses there. Now, we haven't actually changed this negotiation or discussion with businesses, but I do support a review. I would prefer to have option 4 because I do think that we can't have too much information, but I see that the extra cost in that is hard to justify. So I will be supporting option 3.
Thank you, Councillor Chung. I've Councillor Foon and then followed by Councillor Rogers. But Councillor Foon, can we arrange to hear from Councillor Foon? Oh, she's on. Oh, you're on Teams. That's right.
Yeah, kia ora, can you hear me? And I'm sorry,
Can hear you loud and clear,
I won't go into my tech issues. Yeah, kia ora, I won't be supporting recommendations 7 and 8. I would have considered option 1 in a shorter time frame, but we haven't had enough support for that. But I think essentially I want us to be looking at how we can deliver this project, even if it is within budget. I don't want to be pausing, reviewing or revalidating it. The submitters this morning showed that projects like this are being validated around the world, in Dunedin, Nelson, Taupo, Auckland, and even in some cities with State Highway 1 going right through the middle of it. And we're doing this because, as Mayor Little said, it is bringing that long-term intergenerational economic benefit to the heart of our city. But we're back delaying, we're jeopardising our NZTA funding, we're likely looking at further increasing costs, and we're jeopardising our council's reputation to deliver, and we are not bringing the economic benefits to our city sooner. And I think just an example in Dunedin, just recently, a shop that they couldn't lease for 15 years, once they had done the George Street upgrades, they've now leased it. And I just can't understand, well, I can, I'm hearing my colleagues, thank you, but I think we should be getting on and delivering this. Our job is about leadership, and I want to see this project commenced. So I'm not in favour of a review or a delay. Thank you. That's me. Thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Foon. Councillor Rogers?
Yeah, thank you, colleagues. I wanted to briefly go back to something that Miriam Moore said in her presentation when describing the Golden Mile project, and that was that the Golden Mile isn't just about serving a CBD, it's about serving a neighbourhood. And I think what I did hear through the election campaign is that many people around this table said that they were coming to invest in community spaces. And I would like to challenge your current perception of the Golden Mile just being a road. For the many people who live in the Pukehino-Lambton ward, whether that's Te Aro, Lambton, Thorndon, the many other suburbs surrounding it, the city centre is their public space. It is where they spend a significant amount of their time. It's where a significant amount of the retail spend comes from. And from that point of view, that's why I think it's incredibly important that we do continue to invest in projects like the Golden Mile. As Laurie alluded to, globally, cities are invested in their public spaces. And I think what worries me is this continued obsession with making sure that we have every single last bit of information we can to deliver a project. And at the same time we're trying to grapple with that information, people are leaving the city. They're leaving for cities that have had the courage to take on projects, understood that doing nothing, while it looks like it has no risk, doing nothing absolutely has risks. And I would like to contest that the idea of doing this review is purely upside, that we will get more information and we'll all be better for it. Because at the same time that we're waiting for more information, people will be leaving the city. People will lose confidence that they have a place in Wellington. And I do not think that it is this council's job to manage the decline of our city. It is to actively think about how we stand up, fight for it, and fight against all of the pressures that we are collectively facing. I think at this point, I think to claim that a review doesn't predetermine an outcome is also misguided. I think it's really important to recognise that the Golden Mile has existed for a significant period of time, and I can almost guarantee you that every single time it came to this table, every single time the review was held, people said it's not predetermining the outcome. The outcome that we have received after 5 years of constant reviews is not having the Golden Mile. It is determining the outcome through continual delay. And for those reasons, I don't think it's good enough to say that we support this project in principle, because principles are only words around this table. If we want to deliver for our communities, if we want to have good public spaces, it requires the courage to actually get on and deliver things. So that's why I will not be supporting a review, and why I would encourage you all to support the investment in our communities that they deserve.
Thank you. Councillor Rogers, you might want to reflect on why, if it was possible to deliver this earlier, a contract hadn't been finalised before now. Councillor Compton.
Thank you. I would just like to say I support the review. It buys us time as a council to understand what will happen to our debt with the sludge minimisation blowouts, and essentially it just buys us a bit more breathing space to understand those financial constraints. We may find we've got more money, we may find we don't, who knows, but it buys us time to do that, so I support this review. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Compton. Pauiwi Hohaia.
Thank you. Taranaki Whānui supports review option 1, a short, sharp, independent review, but we do not want the Golden Mile project stopped. This project aligns strongly with our own values and aspirations for what a livable city looks like. Moreover, the project corridor overlays what is perhaps one of the city's most significant ancestral landscapes, Te Aro Pā. It's certainly our oldest ancestral landscape. And therefore it presents a rare opportunity to integrate Indigenous cultural identity through design and narrative. So we favour a focused review that confirms value for money while maintaining project momentum. And that is exactly what option 1 provides. It is the fastest and least disruptive path, taking only 1 to 2 months, that's 6 to 8 weeks. It avoids the long delays of deeper reviews and responds to the community's fatigue after years of uncertainty. It is also the most fiscally responsible choice, delivering essential economic assurance at a fraction of the cost of other options. So in short, option 1 keeps future choices open. It doesn't commit council, but it provides the essential baseline evidence, strategic alignment, updated benefit cost ratio, and risk assessment needed before deciding on any further action. It is the lowest cost, lowest regret, most fiscally responsible and culturally aligned way to move forward while respecting Taranaki Whānui's position. Kia ora tātou.
Kia ora, Pauiwi Hohaia. Councillor Matthews.
Kia ora koutou. I am dismayed that progress on the Golden Mile has been so slow, and I do not wish to contribute to further delay. I am alarmed by what I have heard in advice today that indicates to me that this review could in fact represent the first step of termination. I hope I am wrong in my fears. Thinking about what I might say today, I considered going back in time to catalogue the near constant attempts to oppose, delay and undermine this project that have characterised the last 5 years. And in response to a previous councillor's comments, I would describe that as a self-fulfilling prophecy, that you continue to undermine and delay and we end up with no progress, and what we end up with is more difficult and more expensive. To frame my concerns more positively, I like to imagine a world where councillors, after making an initial vote against the Golden Mile, decided to get out of the way and enable the will of Wellingtonians to deliver this project. That would see us today in the position of Aucklanders, Invercargill, Dunedinites who are enjoying urban improvements. We are not enjoying those. The common Wellington characteristic of stopping things and saving what is often a very average status quo has not served us well. And I want to say, and this is partly in response to the Mayor's comments about contracts not being signed, that I am disappointed in the performance of this organisation over many years to enact our decisions in a timely way. I do not have enough information to support a review today. When it comes to the Golden Mile, we have far too many times pressed pause when we should have pressed fast forward. And I believe that future generations will not thank us for pressing pause again.
Thank you, Councillor Matthews. Pauiwi Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just I'll be very brief. I just wanted to tautoko what my Taranaki whānui have said today, and to say as well that, and also to tautoko what Councillor Matthews has just said. I've sat on this council now for 5 years, and that is what I have seen as the delay over time. And what we know, and as a business person, what I know is delay costs money. It's never cheaper than right now to do something. And while there is good intention here, I think we've canvassed all of the different scenarios. And while I don't have a vote at the table today, I can say that Ngāti Toa support Taranaki whānui, and that if there is to be a review, that it is a short, sharp one, and really just to support that the decision that the council has made is the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauiwi Kelly. I now ask Deputy Mayor McNulty. Second.
Yeah, look, the scope of this review, it's actually been misframed in debate, and I get the politics of why that's happened, but it doesn't change the reality of what's in front of us. I almost feel like were the officers not in the room to talk through some of the factual situation of where this council is. We would severely love to get on with this. We can't afford it. In its current scope, we can't afford it. It's just that black and white. And I see this incredulous situation where, as a first call, this council is being encouraged to do another cost blowout, as if we want to go for another town hall, or that the sludge plant never happened. We still yet to allocate the 83 million of the sludge plant that the last council approved against projects. We don't know what the opportunity cost of that 83 million on the sludge plant is. We can't proceed at the moment with the information that we have. It just sort of ignores that there was an election. So the review, the only way we get the outcomes of the Golden Mile project is through a review, and everyone at this table understands and knows that. We have to go back, we have to rescope, because we cannot pick up another $80 million to do exactly what is planned along that corridor. And we all know that. This sucks. I'll go to the Mayor's call, rock and a hard place. This sucks, but this is where we are. I just don't quite understand what the alternative that's being pitched here is. I really don't. And had we perhaps been able to, had things fallen a different way in the previous term, we hadn't had some of the bad luck we had of cost escalations and other projects and things, perhaps we'd been even a better fiscal envelope to be able to stomach through this, but we're not. So the review, if we want to see the outcomes, which is, a healthier, cleaner, better central city with better public transport, improved public amenity, the reality is we are going to have to take a step back and figure out what the way is to deliver that. All 16 of us know it, but we'll see who votes for it. Kia ora.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Young.
So, Your Worship, you may not know that I don't speak often and I don't speak long, so that's a blessing for everybody. So Courtney Place is effectively my doorstep because I live on Mount Victoria, and I probably spend more time on the Golden Mile than almost anybody else, possibly not Councillor Tiffenbacher. Oh, and yeah, I said most. And in many ways, there are lots of things about the Golden Mile that appeal, but there are two major problems for me. One is when I walk along, it seems every time there is another empty business or another empty cafe, the Golden Mile is struggling. And the thought of a major construction project there is really very worrying for me as someone who likes to have shops to go to, who likes to have cafes, and who wants to have a city that is really doing well and pumping and not another blow to their struggle against, dare I say it, the commercial rating differential, their insurance, and the fact that people are still working from home and they're fighting a cost of living, and many find the cost of living quite, well, very difficult. But my other thing is that we just can't afford this. You know, it's a nice to have. I've got lots of plans of things I want to do in my life that are nice to haves, but I can't do them all. I'll do some, but possibly not now because, you know, we are living in difficult times. This is a nice to have that we cannot afford, and I don't believe we should be taking on even more debt that will saddle not only us but future generations. So, I mean, I would love to have for Councillor Randall's amendment to have gone through. That won't surprise anybody. But having not gone through, I'll be supporting option number 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Just by way of my right of reply, thank you for all those contributions, but I maintain my position, which is that we're now facing a situation with this project, which if we had to make a decision on it today, given the track record of big projects we've had in the city recently, Town Hall, sludge plant, which Deputy Mayor McNulty has reminded us we're still waiting to confirm the source of funding for, we could not in good conscience proceed with the Golden Mile. My position is the objectives of the Golden Mile are good objectives. I go to the why. Why did we want the Golden Mile? Because we do want improved public transport reliability, and so we want to have a better way for buses to pass through. We do want a more pleasant cityscape to walk in, and if necessary to cycle in. But the cost of this project has got to a level now we cannot in good conscience proceed with it as if nothing has changed, because things have changed. So the responsible thing to do is to conduct the review, get the accurate information, and then make our decisions in the future, and I expect in the near future, responsibly and with the best information possible. And that's the reason that I support option 3. On that basis, through the course of the contributions, a number of recommendations have been specified as requiring separate vote. So my intention is to take recommendations 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 together, then to take recommendations 6, 7, and 8 separately, and do that. So I'm going to now.
Could I ask that at least 2 and 3 are taken separately?
2 and 3? All right. Well, pretty much everything. Okay, we'll take them all separately. All right. So in relation to recommendation 1, ask councillors to vote. Councillor Foon, are you able to do your vote? Who's casting Councillor Foon's vote? Okay. Yes, okay. That recommendation is accepted. Right, we now move to recommendation 2. Please cast your votes on recommendation 2.
Excuse me, Chair, just a technical question. I'm looking at diligent and the recommendations are from 6 to 213. So can I just assume that they've been renumbered to 1 to...
1 to 8, but...
Yes,
One
yes,
to
you
eight.
absolutely can,
Okay,
Councillor.
thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you.
Yes, that motion is carried. Recommendation 3. Now ask you to cast your votes. Yep, that recommendation is carried. Recommendation 4. Can I ask members to cast their vote for recommendation 4? Yes, the recommendation is carried. Ask councillors now to cast their vote on recommendation 5. And that vote is carried. Now turn to recommendation 6. Ask councillors to cast their vote on recommendation 6. Thank you. That recommendation is carried. Now turn to recommendation 7 and ask councillors to cast their vote on recommendation 7. That recommendation is carried. And finally, recommendation 8. I'll ask councillors to cast their vote on recommendation 8. And that recommendation is carried. Thank you very much. That paper is disposed of. We now turn to, sorry? Councillor Rogers.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that the submission made by Dr. Mudgeway, who wasn't able to be heard, is tabled.
Yes. Does that require a motion, or you can table it? Right. Okay. Yes, indeed. That'll be tabled, and tabling of it will be recorded. Thank you, Councillor Rogers. Turn now to item 2.8 and exemption of council-controlled organisations from the statutory reporting regime. I'll ask Ms. Daly and Ms. Mueller to speak to the report.
Kia ora koutou. So this report here is very much an administrative matter. So Section 7 of the Local Government Act allows local authorities to exempt organisations from the definition of a CCO or CO, being a council-controlled organisation or council organisation. This effectively has the effect of removing reporting requirements such as preparing annual plan statements of intent and annual reporting. The legislation requires this decision be reviewed every 3 years, so this is an organisation that has previously been exempt as a CCO. It functions as an asset holding company. All the activities undertaken are undertaken by Wellington City Council. Our advice is that it continues to meet the tests for an exemption under the legislation, and so I'm happy to answer any questions on that.
All right, any questions for officers? Yes, Councillor Tiefenbacher.
Has there been any instances over the last 3 years whereby this may have caused us an issue?
No, I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? No questions. Ask for a mover. I think Councillor Al-Rubayi is moving. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Compton here, desperately seeking a seconder. Any debate? Councillor Alberubai, Councillor Compton, any other contributions? No, I'll put the motion. So now please cast your vote for this recommendation. And the motion is carried. All right, thank you. Turn to item number 2.9, remuneration of directors and trustees of CCOs. I understand that Mr. Crump is going to speak to this paper.
E ngā rangatira, tēnā koutou. This report seeks Council's consideration of the appropriate level of remuneration for directors and trustees of council-controlled organisations. Council's policy on the appointment and remuneration of directors and trustees states that remuneration must be reviewed at the beginning of each triennium. I'm happy to take any pātai, any questions on this paper. Kia ora.
Ka pai. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Osborne.
Thank you. I did actually ask a question, but it must have got lost in the cracks. But I'm just wondering if us as an organisation paying what is essentially below market rates to these people doing these roles has led us to have any concerns, or officers to have any concerns, A, whether it is discouraging suitable candidates from applying for these positions, and B, whether it's discouraging, how would I put this, politic? It's leading to people perhaps not giving the efforts required of the role.
Very good question. I think it's it's striking a fine balance. And I think we mentioned that in the paper in terms of attracting the right individuals with the right skill mix, ensuring the fees are affordable for the CCOs. And then also reflecting their responsibilities. One thing I would say is I think we are incredibly lucky in Wellington. The calibre of directors and chairs that we have for our CCOs, in my personal opinion, is actually quite exceptional. So there are a lot of Wellingtonians that really want to contribute, to the city, and I think that's one of the things, certainly how those roles are seen is very much, for contributing to the public good, and we're very fortunate to have many people that want to do that in this city. I think it's very much a rare occurrence that there's a trustee that's not, delivering to the, the needs of the organisation. Certainly, I'm in regular contact with all the chairs, and I would say, very much so that, by far and away the majority are doing a very good job.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Crump? Yes, Councillor Abdullah.
Actually, as someone who's been working in one of the CCOs, I wonder how we managed to get such a high caliber of people to come into this position when we're not paying, reasonably compared to others, much less. Is there something that we can learn even to go other area of council and improving the way we engage with our community?
I think it's a very good reflection. I think certainly with the CCOs, that all of them are contributing very positively to the city. So I think, again, just with I think it's the the nature of Wellingtonians to want to contribute, and we've got again a number of exceptional, we've got an exceptional population of people here. So no, it's a good thought in terms of how could we extend that on, beyond the CCOs. Part of it might be actually just being awareness of the possibilities are where you can contribute.
All right. Any other questions for the officer? No, there are none. Do we have a mover? I think we have Councillor Calvert. A seconder.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to speak.
Oh, you're going to speak
as well to it?
Please do, yes.
Yeah, look, I just want to address any concerns that some of my colleagues may have, having served on a couple of boards and been on, committees overseeing those boards. I think it's really great to see Wellingtonians wanting to give back. These are they're successful people in their own right, and they want to find a way to contribute without having to stand for council. And so, look, this is, and that they're generally very happy, from what I've seen, is very happy with the remuneration because they do see this as a service to the city and people that they want to support. So I think that's why we. Probably the times that when we struggle, perhaps to get people to put the names forward, it's probably about how well the council itself is performing and its reputation in the marketplace. So that is, I think, on something on all of us to think about, to make sure that we are attracting the right caliber people, but remuneration has never been, from what I've seen, a focus. So I ask you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Calvert. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Abdulrahman, Councillor, do you wish to make a comment? Any other contributions to the debate? Any right of reply, Councillor Calvert? Covered all your points, excellent. So I'll now put the motion. Please now cast your vote. And the motion is carried. Thank you very much. Move to item number 2.10, Resource Management Act Delegations. Can I ask Ms. Lee and Ms. Basher to speak to the report?
Kia ora koutou. So I have with me Catherine Lee, who is one of the principal counsel in our legal and risk team here at Council. So this paper recommends that you replace the existing Resource Management Act delegations to officers with the schedule of delegations that are attached to the paper. These generally relate to the exercise of day-to-day functions. So this morning, you may recall that you approved the terms of reference and delegations, which delegated certain powers to the City Strategy and Delivery Committee. These are not affected by the proposed schedule of delegations that are the subject of this paper. So the proposed schedule addresses some issues that have arisen in practice when applying the existing delegations to officers, primarily around ambiguity around who can exercise some powers and the lack of the ability to escalate decisions upwards in the chain as appropriate. The existing delegations have been mapped across to this revised approach, so they are essentially consistent in substance with the existing delegations. I'm happy to answer any partai that you may have.
All right, any questions for officers? No questions. Do we have a mover? Mover, Councillor Rewiti, seconder, Councillor Young. The only question I have for fellow councillors is who read every line of the paper? Councillor Al Rebayu, right. Then I have some questions for it. No. All right. Any contributions to the debate?
I don't know if I read every line, but as a student of Victoria University geography in the early 1990s, I do appreciate the Resource Management Act and the numerous acts of legislation that it replaced. So it disappoints me from time to time that the RMA is maligned, and in particular, it was Te Atiawa Kaumatua today who got in there I believe the Treaty of Waitangi clauses, which was one of the first acts in Parliament to recognise Te Tiriti. So I am very pleased that council officers will be taking up the delegations, and I encourage everyone to support this. Thank you.
Any other contributions to the debate? We'll put the motion. Councillors, all please exercise your vote. All right, that recommendation is carried. That brings us to the conclusion of the meeting and to conclude in a karakia. So please join me in the karakia. Unuhia, 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 ki te uru tapu nui, kia wātea, kia māmā, te ngākau, te titanana, te wairua, I te tara takatū, koia rā e rongo, whakairia, ake ki runga, kia wātea, ai rā, kua wātea. Ka pai. Kia ora, thank you everybody.